start the proceedings. Kindly take your seats, and we are closing the doors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. I declare open the meeting of the afternoon session. We will now take up agenda item number 5, the annual report of the Director General. Medium-term strategy 23-22-27. This will allow the members to address both items during their interventions. The Assembly has before it document A/13/3, the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 22-23. The Assembly also has before it document A/13/L4, titled the Draft Medium-Term Strategy for 2023 to 2027, and a related draft decision contained in document A/13/DC/L1. The Director General will make a presentation on both items. For 22-23 and the draft medium-term strategy 2023-2027. It gives me great pleasure to invite the Director General to take the floor. Director General.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you once more to Abu Dhabi and share with you the highlights of IRENA's work and the direction for the coming 5 years. The richness of our discussions until now reflects the critical importance of international cooperation for energy transition and IRENA's privileged space in the institutional landscape. Today, our global family includes 168 members, and each of our members has prioritized crises have highlighted the consequences of tying economies to fuel that are prone to price shock and supply risk, and by far the largest contributors to climate change. Worldwide, no question on the affordability of energy have emerged, with a growing number of households having difficulties in meeting their basic energy needs. At the same time, the challenges facing over 700 million people without energy access have been magnified, rendering services like health, water, and information technology out of reach. Concerns around energy security have prompted and we have entered a new era of climate action, with some 140 countries setting net zero strategies, increasingly reaffirmed through legislation and implementation plan. In sum, the economic, social and environmental case for a new energy system is abundantly clear. There is a shared conviction that with renewable energy we can bring a lasting solution to today's energy problem and help create a resilient and inclusive economy and society. The last decade moved renewables from niche to mainstream, with a shift in competitiveness between renewables and 2021 created $55 billion in saving from global generation costs in 2022. The immediate and positive impact of the shift to renewables is evident in many ways. For instance, ARENA has been monitoring the renewable employment trend since 2012. Our latest jobs report, published in cooperation with the International Labour Organization, revealed that, despite the global difficulties, the total number of people employed in the renewable energy sector rose by 700,000 to 12.7 million in 2021. Importantly, we also observe that the sector attracts diverse workforce. Over 40% of jobs, above the average of 32% in overall renewables, and almost double compared to 22% in oil and gas. Timely, accurate, and comprehensive knowledge is an essential foundation for informed decision-making. ARENA is a reliable and trusted source of such data and analysis. We continue to monitor trends, strive to stay abreast of the latest development, and provide insight into what lies ahead. In 2022, we generated knowledge on topical issues such as green hydrogen, critical material, policy framework, the agri-food chain, and tackled emerging geopolitical trends. But we have also worked hand in hand with our members to support respective energy transition and bring our data and analysis to life, with the real impact on the ground. This morning, we started the discussion on the global stocktake, which will show how far we have come in achieving climate objective. And the nationally determined contribution, the NDCs, are the cornerstone of this process. ARENA has worked with over 20 countries to date in response to their request for support on the energy component of their NDCs. Through this work, we gain important insight on the realities the countries face, which, in terms resource assessment and technical analysis is among the most requested in the context of the NDCs. This also indicates that many of our members are still in early stage of the energy transition, with great needs for technical assistance and capacity building. We are acutely aware that the role of the private sector will be critical for the achievement of climate and development goals. And we have been seeking to create different opportunities for closer cooperation. I want to mention two recent new initiatives. About 25% of global GDP is produced by the industrial sector, which emits around 28% of greenhouse emissions. So in September 2020, major company aim to accelerate the decarbonization of industrial value chain. and this number has increased to close to 30 and is increasing week after week. At COP27, we launched the Global Offshore Wind Alliance that we have been seeing in action just a few minutes ago, the GOA, with Denmark and the Global Wind Energy Council to drive the global deployment of this promising technology. IRENA estimates that 2,000 gigawatts of offshore wind will be needed in 2050, from just over 60 gigawatts today. 13 countries have joined GOA to date, and we hope this number will grow in the coming months to take contributions focused and practical, bringing effective tools and instruments that facilitate projects, enable investment, and increase transparency on options available to country. Despite difficulties in getting this work stream off the ground due to the pandemic, we are starting to see concrete results. The number of projects and partners continue to grow in the climate investment platform, which we created with UNDP and Sea4All in cooperation with the Green Climate Fund. 9 projects were matched with partners with some 240 megawatt of projected capacity. We also convened the first investment forum in partnership with Indonesia. Milestone with the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform that has been made many times this morning. ETAF partners, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank, Mazda and the Swiss Re, the insurance company, have committed funding close to 1 billion in renewable energy projects. More partners are poised to join, and the first call for project was announced at COP27. We will have a dedicated session on ETAF tomorrow, where we'll have a deeper discussion on this topic. And I will provide, after the General Assembly, to send you all the list of projects that has been sent country by country, so that the government are all aware also about the private project that promising trend in sight. But make no mistake, the speed and the scale of the transition is inadequate, and nothing short of radical and immediate action will bring us back on track. IRENA World Energy Transition Outlook charts the fastest path to emission reduction, consistent with the 1.5 Celsius goal. It prioritizes existing solutions and those with the most chance of becoming viable in the coming years. The outlook positions efficiency and electrification as main driver, enabled by renewable power, green hydrogen, and sustainable modern bioenergy. VITO, the World Energy Transition Outlook, also for job creation and inclusive economy and a more equitable world. But every year we see that progress is lagging, making the task more difficult, more expensive and more complex. A critical mass of solutions required to meet 2030 goals now exist. The question is whether we will have the resolve, discipline and investment to shift the course toward an inclusive and resilient economy and society. It is with this backdrop that you are considering IRENA's medium-term strategy for the coming 5 years. I often say that the ongoing energy transition is not just a fuel replacement, but it is of the energy system centralized and based on fossil fuels. Today, we don't have this luxury of time to it at the same pace. We are more quickly and strategically towards different economy, social and environmental goals. But to realize this goal, we cannot solely work on the supply side. The demand side of the energy equation must be driver of the development and decarbonization so that we can create a system that is resilient and inclusive, fueling a more just world. Demand will also point us to new direction and priorities, warranting a closer scrutiny of the choices we are making. We need to build new pillars of infrastructure. First, the physical infrastructure requires major rethinking, not only to integrate high-share renewable energy, but also to enable its distribution and trade. Land grids will be expanded across borders and regions, connected to a maze of seabed cables for clean power supply. A network of ports will emerge, connecting new points of supply and demand. Infrastructure build-outs at this scale involve new thinking on planning and investment, most notably for multilateral financial institutions. And we have the opportunity in this General Assembly to discuss this aspect related to the diverse functioning of the port into a new energy system in one ministerial session dedicated to it. Second, policy and regulatory infrastructure require a similar role that reflects where we need to be and not where we have been. Net zero commitment must be embedded in legislation, properly resourced and translated into implementation plans. ARENA has long advocated for an holistic approach to policy making that drives systemic change, breaks the current silo, and consider wide implications of the energy transition. This approach must extend across borders and reshape the way support is provided to developing countries. So we have to consider how we can rewrite the way the international cooperation works. Finally, we need to pay close attention to infrastructure or institutional and human capacity. Already, many of our members lack some of the essential capacity to be part of the global energy transition and realize its vital benefits. But we are also seeing a sign that the lack of skilled labor may become an obstacle in a growing number of countries. Realizing the ambition of demand. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot build a new energy system with tools as system of the past. Just like we innovate to improve technologies, we must innovate to reimagine, as I say, international cooperation for the new energy era. To do so, we have to reassess the role and the responsibilities in the institutional landscape we created for priorities of the last century. International organizations, regional and multilateral financial institutions, and bilateral engagement need to consider who is best placed to take on the role in these three pillars of the new infrastructure. A renewable-based transition is a vehicle for climate-proof energy system, improved energy security, element. you are asking us to lead this global effort with clarity of purpose, urgency in action, and the conviction that we can succeed. And we will play our part faithfully, with an open door to all who need to be part of this quest. I am confident that your active engagement and continued support, our mission will be realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joe, for a very comprehensive presentation. I would like to inform the members that the Secretariat had invited the delegations to register in the speakers list prior to the opening of the Assembly for member interventions under the agenda item number 5, annual report that (2023-2027). In order to ensure the highest level of participation, speakers are invited to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. I now give the floor to United Kingdom. 3 minutes. UK, United Kingdom.
Hello. Mr. Lacania, thank you for that annual report of the DG. The UK supports the adoption of the medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027 and looks forward to the mid-term evaluation of the strategy in 20. The medium-term strategy working group. We agree that Irene's targeted work on project facilitation and investment, specifically aimed at overcoming the bottlenecks in developing countries, will continue to be an important and impactful strand of work. We look forward to showing our commitment as the UK to Irene in the next year, including via the Critical Minerals Collaborative Framework as co-facilitator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Director General and for his presentation on this annual report and the midterm strategy, and we also send a very great appreciation for the Secretariat for their excellent work. Special thank you also to Denmark and Kenya for facilitating the work on the medium-term strategy in the last 2 years. One important element in the midterm strategy is the renewables acceleration fund. Fund, we agree, will help secure additional resources for implementing parliamentary activities. However, we would like to invite Irina to maybe provide a little bit more information in the next reporting on an overview of a transparent manner on the contributions, allocation, and the results expected. The last few years have been challenging years, and we are very pleased to see how Irina was quickly adapt and how they adjusted to the challenges in hand. We have heard this morning in our host country statement that 2023 will be an exciting year for the UAE. And for all of us here, I welcome the effort Irina is taking to work with us on this important task, delivering on an action-focused COP28. COP28, ladies and gentlemen, the focus will be the global stocktake, measuring how outcome of the Emirates Climate Conference, convening action and implementation to close the gap between ambition and reality, where renewable energy will be the backbone of the energy transition. The UAE is definitely in close communication with the Secretariat, and we have established a task force to work together on initiatives towards a renewable road to COP28 by amplifying the voice of renewable energy, providing a reliable and affordable solution. And already, as His Excellency Dr. Sultan mentioned in the morning, we started the process to establish the Energy Transition Accelerator Finance Platform, ITAF, that we launched with pledging from the UAE $400 million. So mobilizing climate finance to help climate vulnerable communities transition to the energy system of tomorrow is, ladies and gentlemen, a top priority for the UAE. We also welcome IRENA's effort to mobilize additional partners to that platform. Renewables projects in developing nation. The call for projects is open, and with IRENA we look forward to welcoming your projects, ideas, ladies and gentlemen. The UAE is working closely with IRENA on various other initiatives such as the Energy Transition Education Network, which empowers teachers with the tools and knowledge to engage young people in the energy transition at an early phase of their learning. Crucial next step in the journey to climate resilient and zero future and get the future workforce ready for the challenges ahead. It is vital that our youth can enter a cleaner working world, and industry has a critical role to play in bringing down emissions. Another important pillar for the UAE as well as IRENA is the focus on raising the ambition in the hard to abate sector. Energy Transition Ministerial in Indonesia. This alliance seeks to identify business opportunities to cut industry emissions from hard to abate sectors.
Thank you.
COP28 IRENA Task Force is also I'm finishing, Your Excellency. Currently, a special work stream mobilizing funding for adoption with the aim to empowering life and livelihood in sectors such as agriculture and health, which is particularly very close to us. So we are very pleased with the results presented in the annual report and looking forward to work with IRENA and our peer member states to fulfill our vision and mission in the medium-term strategy. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and I'm sorry I took a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuan. United States. Not there? Let's go ahead then. United States? Not there? Let's go to the next country. Belgium?
Monsieur le Président, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director General, dear colleagues, we're going through challenging times. We're going through a period of profound change in the world of energy. The 5 next years will be crucial for the international will require efficient action, unprecedented international cooperation, and continued innovation. IRENA has to be more agile, practical, and to look ahead and plan ahead to navigate through these uncharted waters. It's in this context that Belgium responds favourably to the annual report, as well as the proposals for the mid-term strategy for 2022-3 to 2027, proposed by the Director General and his team. I applaud them for their committed work, and Belgium believes that the mid-term strategy wants it to place emphasis on systemic change. It's a holistic approach which implies pursuing the objectives of sustainable development, but also to bear in mind all the policies required to optimize the structural, economic, social impacts, which will be pivotal mean that we shouldn't lose sight of all short-term problems, for example, the prevailing energy crisis and the significant contribution that renewable energy forms could do to mitigate it, as well as increasing energy security. On this point, I'd like to emphasize the need for IRENA to work on flexible solutions and to beef up grids in terms of interconnectivity with transport and distribution as well. And furthermore, if awareness heightening measures are successful and IRENA is becoming more and more well known for its natural circle of influence, and Belgium has therefore emphasized the need to reinforce its communication efforts. And finally, with a view to preparing COP28 and with reference to the session this morning on the global stocktake, I'd like to emphasize two particular points: the importance of working on financial flows. As is set out at 2.1c of the Paris Agreement to render financial flows consistent with a trajectory towards low greenhouse gas emissions and a more resilient form of approach to climate change. I want to underscore the importance of human resources, which are crucial, and we need sufficient personnel and well-trained personnel to effect the transition on the ground, to create jobs, and we can provide useful support in this regard. And we're convinced that IRENA can work in this direction, even increase its ambitions for the world community and achieve the climate objectives. When it comes to exchange of best practice, this was always the case. Belgium remains resolute when it comes to working in close cooperation with IRENA and its members for a more sustainable ecological transition, and one which is fairer as well. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Belgium. Now, before we go to the next country, I request Minister Jemu Soda, please, Zimbabwe.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am James Soda, Minister of Energy and Power Development, and would like to start by thanking the President of the Assembly for inviting me to preside over this session. I proceed by giving
on behalf of Indonesian government, I would like to convey my appreciation to IRENA for taking a strategic role during Indonesia G20 presidency last year, especially in energy transition working group. We really appreciate the role of Director General, Mr. Kamara, on this occasion. The Bali Compact and the Bali Energy Transition Roadmap of G20 are expected to be a guidance for accelerating clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition, in which IRENA give tremendous contribution during the discussion process. Each country has various potential to be developed, yet there are many challenges that need to be addressed, whether individually or through collaboration among countries. specific studies for the energy transition implementation in Asian regions especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. The report on the implementation of the work plan for 2022-23 is acknowledged, and congratulations to the Director General and his team for the remarkable work performance against all odds despite the challenges caused by COVID-19 restrictions. The report is comprehensive and highly informative. Zimbabwe notes the remarkable increase in capacity contribution for renewables into the global electricity mix over the last decade. To improve the investment frameworks. Research work published by ARENA is worth noting because members can easily benchmark renewable energy tariffs and also cost other environmental scans done by ARENA. The SDG 7 tracking is a real eye-opener, and it has awakened countries to see the reality towards the achievement of the universal access to electricity and also to clean cooking. Zimbabwe's electricity access has improved, and we are now sitting on 62% based on the statistics for 2022. Credit goes to the renewable energy policy, and the associated incentives and regulations which include duty-free importation. However, we have noted with concern the amount of the reduction in the increase and ensuring that Africa is not left behind. Zimbabwe does have an ambition to increase the contribution of renewables to about 2,100 megawatts by 2030, and to that effect, we have put in a program where the government will be supporting the private sector through a government implementation agreement, and also de-risking some of the investments, especially with regards to currency convertibility. We are also looking at finalizing the competitive procurement framework for the renewable energy, benchmarking against some of the processes which ARENA has implemented. The country is also working towards a policy on e-mobility and energy efficiency, which are critical to ensure that green energy is adopted in the country and the energy is used efficiently. Our endowment with critical minerals for energy transition, such as copper, lithium, cobalt and nickel, and rare earth minerals, is critical in ensuring that we become part of the value chain, and various policies have been put in place to ensure that minerals are value added before they can be exported. Zimbabwe recommends that ARENA provide technical support for members to develop strategies for net zero carbon goal through smart transition, but from unabated cleaner technologies, taking into consideration the role of some of the energy minerals which countries do have. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I give the floor to Japan.
議長ありがとうございます。日本を代表してロシアのウクライナ侵略によるエネルギー危機の下、途上国先進国の
Thank you, Chair. The current energy crisis.
エネルギー安全保障の重要性を改めて感じしました。
The current energy crisis caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine threatens access to affordable energy for vulnerable populations, not only in developing countries but also in developed countries, highlights the importance of energy security. Our efforts to phase out dependencies on Russian energy have once again shown that renewable energy can be a viable option for ensuring energy security. Furthermore, in the midst of an historic era of energy transition, we must accelerate our effort to achieve full decarbonization in order to combat climate change. While renewable energy offers many advantages, there are various challenges in expanding the deployment of renewable energy. It is therefore unrealistic to expect that all countries will be able to leapfrog the renewable energy at all once. Global efforts to achieve a fully decarbonized world will become a pie in the sky if we do not properly take into account particular national and regional circumstances. In the recently published report titled Energy Transition Perspective 2023, IEA also pointed out that along with all the benefits that promotion of renewable energy brings, it could also introduce some risks. Those would include, for example, supply chain issues from manufacturing to disposal of renewable energy devices, which will be dealt with later, as well as supply chain issues for the critical mineral resources needed for such manufacturing. What are the realities that we face? First, we need a period of energy transition, a period during which we will continue to rely on fossil fuels while ensuring their cleanest use through emission abatement technologies and other measures on the one hand, and at the same time promoting and accelerating the deployment of renewable energy on the other hand. An overly doctrinate approach which advocates walking away from fossil fuels before achieving sufficient deployment of renewable energy in each country would sacrifice both energy security and economic growth, and therefore almost certainly not lead to decarbonization. Late last year, Japan took a big decision in its domestic energy policy, which included the decision to extend the operational life of our existing nuclear power plants and to develop and construct innovative next-generation reactors. We are confident that the stable baseload electricity provided by nuclear power will establish a foundation and further paves the way for expanding renewable energy. Our decision will, by and contribute to energy market stability. Second, energy is necessary for everyone. It needs to be both affordable and stable. The cost of electricity generated from wind and solar power has dropped dramatically over the last several years. However, the cost in relation to the deployment of renewable energy cannot be discussed uniformly, as it is still largely dependent on local geographic conditions and economic and social circumstances. In addition, further deployment of renewable energy will increase demand for critical mineral resources, driving commodity prices significantly upward should the current pace of demand growth continue into the future, and this in turn will raise renewable energy cost. Furthermore, there could even be supply shortage arising from vulnerable supply chains of precious critical mineral resources. It is not at all difficult to imagine what burden a society will have goal to achieve decarbonization in the first place is to combat climate change. Renewable energy is the most powerful tool to achieve this, but it is not an end to itself, and there are several points of contention in this regard. First, it is necessary to establish more sustainable and decarbonized supply chains by increasing our efforts to implement life cycle assessments. For example, it has been pointed out the lifetime CO2 emissions of electric vehicles, when fully accounting for their manufacturing and use, are not necessarily lower than those of existing internal combustion engine vehicles. In the transition period, hybrid vehicles as well as plug-in hybrids will be a realistic option. It is also important to decarbonize manufacturing process and therefore to establish fair rules for this purpose. The establishment of a sound market will help to realize sustainable cost This problem is referred to in IRENA's report published in 2016. If left unaddressed, it will become a ticking time bomb that could severely damage our confidence in renewable energy. In Japan, with an eye to expanding recycle and reuse, the public sector, in conjunction with the private sector, is working to develop organic solar cells, which will have significant advantage over the organic cells used in conventional solar panels. As such technology is expected to reduce the environmental burden of disposal. Taking such technological advances into account, it is important to establish fair and effective policies and regulations for the future mass disposal of batteries, solar panels, and etc. Third, acknowledging the GHG emission as a precise problem, it will not be constructive to have an attitude of hostility towards any particular fuel or technology. And the development should be accelerated in parallel with renewable energy. These technologies also contribute to the implementation of new energy sources such as hydrogen. Conversely, well-established technologies such as internal combustion engine could still be useful and efficient if applied together with new energy sources such as synthetic fuels, and thereby contributing to a reduction of emissions. It is my belief that IRENA is the most appropriate international organization to discuss these issues. That is why I have dared to speak out today. I hope you will understand that our ambitious proposal reflects the seriousness of our commitment to decarbonization. I am confident that IRENA and its member countries will work together to steadily resolve these issues. Finally, on the promotion of renewable energy. And we look forward to further advancing our cooperation with IRENA. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
しながら取り組んでいきます。IRENAからの一層の協力を期待いたします。ご清聴ありがとうございます。Thank you, Japan. Members are advised to keep their statements or interventions to as short as possible. Thank you. I now give the floor to the government of Malaysia. I wish to thank the government of United Arab Emirates for hosting the 13th IRENA Assembly, and I would also like to thank the Director General and his team from the Secretariat for the report that was presented. Malaysia is of the view that the agency has done a tremendous job in implementing the mandated work program for 2022-2023 in driving and spearheading the global energy transition agenda while supporting the energy transition initiatives undertaken by various countries to achieve the respective climate MDCs. It is without a doubt that the net zero climate future that many countries in the world, including Malaysia, envisage hinges on the vast and smart expansion of RE capacity within our national power grid. Therefore, the work that the agency has undertaken I would also like to thank IRENA for the assistance rendered in undertaking the study for the Malaysian Energy Transition Outlook 2050, in which the DG has shared its initial findings during the 5th International Sustainable Energy Summit held in Kuala Lumpur in August last year. We look forward to the outcome of this much anticipated study, which will be a reference for us to reassess our existing long-term energy scenario planning for a more ambitious and aspiring future energy target.
Malaysia believes that a just energy transition is important and that such effort must be undertaken by taking into consideration the various local needs and social realities. Therefore, in moving forward, Malaysia hopes that IRENA will continue its work in supporting regional organizations such as ASEAN and shall consider establishing regional support centers to enable localized support and collaboration in accelerating the energy transition effort by countries in each region through ASEAN region under the ASEAN IRENA MOU framework, which have supported the energy transition efforts of various ASEAN member states, including the publication of the second ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook. Finally, on behalf of the Malaysian delegation, we would like to thank the DG La Camera and his team for the good work that the agency has done. As the chair of the ASEAN Renewable Subsector Network, we would also like to thank the agency for undertaking various targeted programs in assisting the region as well as ASEAN member states in achieving the respective energy transition aspirations and climate targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. I now give the floor to Fiji.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, according to our delegation. As a new minister on the portfolio responsible for energy, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IRENA for the invitation. I would also like to convey and reiterate a sincere appreciation and gratitude of our new Prime Minister, Honorable Sitiveni Rabuka, who just took office a few weeks ago but couldn't make it to this very important meeting, and conveys his best wishes. I would also like to give our assurance and reaffirm our commitment in supporting the work of IRENA. I'd like to commend the Director General on the presentation of the annual report, implementation of work program and budget for 2022-23. The report has showed the cohesiveness, which includes the core research requirements and contributions from the sub-programs. I take this opportunity to express Fiji's sincere appreciation to member states and development partners that immensely contributed through their voluntary contributions. It can be noted that IRENA has gained over the advancing program activities and continued engagement with its members during this challenging time. We thank the Director General on his statement in the annual report, stating that today many governments face multiple challenges of energy security, economic recovery, and affordability of energy bills. This is a problem that has been highlighted in many interventions that is currently faced by the small island development states, the SEEDs, especially countries in the Pacific that are prone to cyclones, natural disasters. This is mainly caused by climate change. The annual report has identified the impact of current global crisis in the renewables generation. In addition, the report highlighted some areas of concern for SEEDs, such as material requirements for transition, the level and kind of investment needed, key policies and measures that can enable our transition, as well as how to sustainably to implement the national determined contributions to strengthen climate resilience. Natural disasters are natural occurrence in Fiji, with cyclones impacting our whole nation drastically, especially in our vulnerable communities. Our immediate challenge now is to implement global initiatives in a synchronized and collaborative manner. Through the mandate of this organization, it is important to ensure that all member countries, especially for our SEEDs, are equipped with the necessary tools with the financial and technical support to leapfrog towards achieving our renewable energy targets and contribute towards keeping the global temperature below the target 1.5 degrees. Your Excellencies, to conclude, I believe that many of the global leaders and energy decision makers are here today in the Assembly and will not ignore the issues from SEEDs and will provide a solution to address and provide concrete initiatives. With those words, I once again thank you all for your attention and wish you good, fruitful, and worthwhile deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Fiji. I now invite Germany.
Thank you. Director General Camera, Presidents of this Assembly sessions, colleagues. Let me start by delivering my Minister's Robert Habeck's warmest regards and by expressing Germany's appreciation of Irina's impressive work. It is with great pleasure to participate in this important event, one of the leading global gatherings for accelerating the global energy transition. In 2022, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has posed a significant challenge to the energy transition in Germany and in many other countries, in particular with regard to ensuring the stability of supply and affordability of energy. In response of this accelerate implementation of renewables and hydrogen, and we will in the future save up to 50% of the primary energy and electrify mobility and housing. We work together with our neighbors in the north, in the east, in the south, in the west, and with partnerships all over the world. The goal is totally clear. Faster away from fossil fuels and into renewable energy, coupled with a clear improvement in energy savings. With a view on the global transition, our level of ambition and speed of implementation needs to further increase to halve emissions by 2030, limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, and achieve SDG 7 on energy access. We are planning for 215 gigawatt of solar, 115 gigawatt of wind onshore, 70 gigawatt wind offshore, and in the North Sea region with our neighbors in the whole 300 megawatt offshore wind. In its reports, Irina shows very illustratively and Irina's annual report are mostly not on track to achieve 1.5 target. However, energy markets, investors, peoples, and communities are ready for the transformation. We have technologies, we have tools, knowledge, and the finances, so let us use them for the necessary transition. Germany is convinced that the G7 have achieved significant progress in 2022 with regards to their climate protection and energy transition agendas. The G7 nations agreed, for instance, to decarbonize their respective electricity generation sectors by 2035, to end coal-fired power generation as soon as possible, to end direct international public financing for fossil fuels by the end of 2022, and to stop inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2020. To me, this type of cooperation can be key to successful energy transitions, and we invite all our partners to common efforts towards future sustainable energy system. Renewable energies are mainstream, and when coupled with energy efficiency, measures the most effective strategy to boost climate action, energy security, and lower prices for energy. With this in mind, we ask Irina to continue support this year's conclusion of the global stocktake and to support countries in updating their NDCs before COP28. Let me thank the United Arab Emirates not only for hosting Irina permanently but also for hosting the COP this year. We wish you much success. Berlin from 28 to 29 of March is supposed to translate our ambition into action, fast forwarding the global energy transformation. All the best for you, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Germany. I now invite Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, dear Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Let me appreciate the Director General for his very sobering and stimulating report and for the draft of the medium-term strategy. In this year, IRENA has strengthened the global energy dialogue on renewables and the strong role renewables have in the energy transition. Italy believes that renewable energies more than before are absolutely which has been undoubtedly exacerbated by the unjustified and unlawful aggression of Russia to Ukraine. 2022 has been an unprecedented year for Italy and Europe, where the necessity to rapidly reduce the dependence on fossil fuels has moved fast forward the green transition, raising ambition for the deployment of renewable energies in the medium term. Italy believes that the future of IRENA lies in the capacity of the agency to stay on top of the fast-evolving renewable energy deployment and integration, looking at all sides of the process and its spillovers. We encourage IRENA to continuously explore renewables' capacity to create jobs, to promote sustainable agriculture, the collaboration between IRENA and Italy on recently launched initiative I-ACT, Italy IRENA Action Climate Toolkit Inspiring Young Leaders, dedicated to Piero Angela, one of the most influential and visionary Italian scientific journalists and intellectuals who anticipated since long time the main issues we face today, like climate change, sustainable use of energy, and environmental resources. I-ACT is an education toolkit for young climate leaders, which will see hundreds of young activists from all over the world take advantage of IRENA's knowledge to empower their action against climate change. We also appreciate IRENA's commitment to raise funds on Energy Transition Accelerator Facility, which will be discussed during this assembly. Of equal significance is the work of IRENA on the value chains of critical minerals. Italy considers of utmost importance to ensure the availability of raw materials for the transition and to establish a strategic relation with the producing countries. We therefore need IRENA to promote dialogue that favours international cooperation both on the extraction and on the transformation of raw materials in a sustainable, cooperative and mutually beneficial way. Dear colleagues, let me conclude by giving a few examples of the way Italy has been successful in advancing this renewable energy policy during the last decade. In 2021, the deployment of renewables electricity supply is met by renewables. To support renewables, our National Implementing Agency for the Promotion of Renewables and Sustainability, GSE, managed in 2021 up to 12.5 billion of euros of incentives only in the renewable electric sector. Also in the transport sector, Italy has been a pioneer for the integration of renewables by incentivizing both electric vehicles purchase and the development of charging infrastructures. Moreover, around 1.7 million tons of sustainable biofuels have been released for consumption in 2021, growing by 14.5%. To accelerate the deployment of renewable or in the coming years, support schemes will involve looking at enabling factor towards market parity, regulatory simplification, and the self-consumption in end-use sectors. The target of a 40% share of renewable energy in total energy consumption by 2030 is ambitious, but certainly feasible. In order to add 65 gigawatts of renewable energy in the electricity sector to meet the 2030 target, it will be essential to develop all the enabling factors and technology in a coherent and holistic approach. ARENA will have an essential role in supporting policy makers in energy transition, taking into account the specific national and regional circumstances, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. In this spirit, Italy is very glad to start a new biannual term as a member of ARENA Council. We thank all the members for their support, and by the same spirit, Mr. Director General, we are confident that you may continue leading ARENA according to the new 4-year mandate that will be given to you during this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. I invite some more.
Mr. President, honorable leaders, Mr. Director General of ARENA, distinguished delegates, Tala Falava. It is indeed great to meet again in person. Mr. President, the presidency of this 13th Assembly and assures you of our support during your tenure. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to El Salvador for their leadership of the 12th session. Samoa greatly welcomes the Director General's annual report on the agency's work and the forward-looking medium-term strategy, and expresses our sincere appreciation to the Director General and the Secretary of Staff for the immense work undertaken despite challenges. As we heard today also, the world must move faster than ever before while leaving no one behind. ARENA's role and mandate is more critical now than ever. The Climate Global Stocktake at COP28 and the review of the SDG Goal 7 should provide a true picture of where we are and propel further the acceleration of renewable energy transition in our countries. Mr. President, we meet at a time of compounding challenges. Economic recovery, rising energy costs, extreme weather events, and other challenges have caused unprecedented hardship to our peoples and economies, tested the mettle of our resilience, and impacted our development targets and objectives than ever before. Climate change is an existential threat, and Samoa finds itself at the front line. For Samoa and its Pacific neighbors, the real challenge is not about securing more scientific evidence, setting new global targets, and making new pledges. It is about action for survival. Samoa therefore remains committed to its goals of energy transition and a low-carbon future. We commit that our efforts will continue to transition to solar, wind, and hydropower. Our second NDC report was submitted in July 2021. Samoa's low-emission development strategy, our NDC roadmap, and investment plan carbon future for our nation. While 98% of Samoa's population have access to electricity, 60% of our electricity is generated for a combination of wind, hydro, and solar power. A new 750 kilowatt biomass gasification plant was launched in 2020. The remaining 40% of our electricity is generated from expensive imported fossil fuel. We target 2030, however, to reach 100% electricity generation from renewable sources. Plans are in the pipeline to explore other renewable sources such as waste, geothermal, wave, and ocean energy, as well as hydrogen, to achieve this target. Mr. President, the University's Lighthouse Initiative. Mr. President, the sharing of best practices, the upskilling of our technicians on new technologies are needed. Access to finance and affordable, climate-resilient technology that undergird smooth transition are critically important. To conclude, I'd like, on behalf of the government of Samoa, to express our sincere appreciation to our development partners, including in the SIDS Lighthouse Initiative, for their support to Samoa. We thank the Secretariat for all their help and what they have done. And we also would like to thank sincerely our host, the government of the United Arab Emirates, for their continued hospitality to us delegates and to hosting the IRENA headquarters. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Samoa. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate India as the new President of the General Assembly, and as well recognize the designation of the Vice Presidencies of Belgium, Indonesia, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Zimbabwe. And I wish all these countries much success in your important endeavors. I would like to highlight how proud we are to see St. Vincent and the Grenadines represent our hemisphere as Vice President, as we have a lot of friendship for the island nation, for its government and its people. So I commend St. Vincent for its role in these endeavors. I would also like to recognize the previous presidency of our sisterly country of El Salvador, which made a tremendous job, and will convey to its government our congratulations for having chaired the General Assembly. Mr. Chairman, for Costa Rica there is very few things that are as important as climate change and as energy transition. And for these, I believe that IRENA has a very important job within global work in this matter, but very especially within this year's realization of the COP28 here in Abu Dhabi. So I commend the IRENA for having created this task force with the UAE, and Costa Rica supports very much all the efforts that IRENA could do in these months previous to the COP28 to assist the UAE in this important task. Having said that, we would like to commend the UAE for not only hosting this General Assembly, but also for chairing the COP28. We would like to highlight that Costa Rica supports fully the UAE in this task and commends the designation of His Excellency Sultan Al Jaber as chairman of the COP28. We would like to highlight as well the work of the very able team and the whole secretariat. Costa Rica supports His Excellency Dr. Francesco La Cámara in his work, in his plans, and is ready to work with his secretariat in developments according to that report. We will just like to say that for Costa Rica is very important the actions that the organization take in Latin America and the Caribbean. We don't want to see Latin America fail back on the priorities of IRENA for this exercise, nor the Caribbean. When I talk of Latin America, I always include, of course, the Caribbean. For us CARICOM nations, preoccupations, aims, and hopes are us, as we feel it as us as well. So we would like to request information of what exactly actions IRENA have in mind for Latin America and the Caribbean during 2023. Having said that, I would like just to say that within the LATAM region, we have financial institutions that will be very helpful in assessing and working together for projects in our area. So we would like to ask the Secretariat to get in touch with them to see how best we can work. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I wish you a good end of the session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Switzerland congratulates IRENA, Director General Camera, and all the staff for the impressive work accomplished over the last year. Overall, the body of work appears to be in line with the program of work and strategy. The report mentions fairness and justice as a compass for IRENA's work. Along the same thinking, Switzerland has always advocated that work should focus on regions and countries which require most advice, support and investment for their energy transitions and increasing energy access. Africa and other countries or groups such as SIDS and LLDCs lag behind in the deployment of renewables. As IRENA and other analyses point out, insufficient investment, especially private, has been exacerbated by the pandemic and the soaring cost of capital. We note that ever more countries are soliciting targeted support. We see this as proof of a high demand from developing countries for IRENA services. We appreciate that some generic work is becoming more bespoke, such as the renewable generation costs, which takes into account the weighted average cost of capital in some 100 countries. In this context, we view with satisfaction that the Climate Investment Platform is yielding first matchmakings and hopefully final investment decisions. The reported cumulated $590 million worth of CIP projects are certainly very positive, but still a far cry from what is needed. We hope that the CIP will pick up speed in the future. We thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Switzerland. I now give the floor to Kazakhstan.
Can we go ask them? Yeah, but if we have, we should have English, Spanish, French.
Are they going in order? Do you mean, can we see the French?
No, I mean, when we go out, right now we're both on the same English one, right? Just in case. We're both on the same output, right?
Program of the Assembly, its high professional level and the relevance of most agenda.
Republic of Kazakhstan, along with international community, pays great attention to the development of renewable energy, the energy transition, and declares strong commitment to be carbon neutral by 2060. Currently, we have 2.4 gigawatt of installed capacity of renewables, which is close to 5% of consumption. And by 2030, we will achieve the target of 15%. In the Republic of Kazakhstan, with the active assistance of IRENA, an auction bidding mechanism for the selection of renewable energy projects has been introduced, which has been highly appreciated by international experts in terms of transparency and simplicity. Recent auction results, which were held in digital format, surprised the market with the world record prices, with the price for wind below 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Having this result, we are introducing a new series of auctions for the large-scale projects with energy storage systems with a capacity up to 500 megawatt of each. And we are introducing renewable energy zones concept and expect to have 7 gigawatt of wind by 2035, and this will include energy storage systems. Kazakhstan is committed to the goals of sustainable development and fulfillment of its commitments under the Paris Agreement, and in the long term will diversify energy sources, pay special attention to green hydrogen. Today our country is at the stage of analyzing the needs of industries for hydrogen, the possibilities of its production, transportation and storage, coupled with assessment of its export potential. We attach great importance to participation in the activities of IRENA and express great hope for continued cooperation. So we invite IRENA to organize a renewable energy workshop in Central Asia region, focusing on joint efforts of neighboring countries to boost energy transition and involve vast warm welcome to other countries to participate in this event. Thank you for your attention. I wish all participants success and fruitful work.
Thank you, Kazakhstan. I now invite the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you to Director General Marconetta for taking on a second term of leadership. We look forward to working with you closely in shaping a dynamic role for IRENA. When we founded this organization together, the wide-scale adoption of renewables could not be taken for granted. Yet now, IRENA reports that renewables comprise more than 80% of the expansion in global power capacity. There's not a lot of certainty in today's world, but I am sure of two things. One, that the energy transition is happening, and two, it's not happening fast enough. This means that IRENA must intensify its efforts towards accelerating the energy transition, especially in emerging markets and least developed countries. And to do this, its strategy must be flexible. In the run-up to COP28 here in the UAE, the United States expects IRENA to play a central coordinating role in this implementation COP. The United States urges all member states to raise their ambitions for COP28. And during this preparatory phase, we encourage IRENA to deliver an unrelenting message of urgency. This weekend, our business will include adopting a medium-term strategy for IRENA that the United States strongly supports. But we also look forward to ongoing discussions with interested member states and the DG to ensure that IRENA is a dominant On the contrary, the sooner the energy transition succeeds, the sooner it will unleash unprecedented energy security and economic opportunity across the globe. We can have both the energy transition and
energy security at once. Many of our member states are responding to immediate needs in Europe and around the world, stemming from Russia's brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. At the same time, we are working towards a long-term future of energy security and universal energy access. Our future will be powered by abundant, clean, and renewable energy technologies, and we will no longer depend on unreliable suppliers like the Russian Federation. Russia's fossil fuels. The United States will remain steadfast in our support for Europe during this energy crisis. We will help to rebuild Ukraine to include a greener and more sustainable energy grid, fully integrated with Europe. And we will continue to facilitate investments that improve energy access where it is needed most, such as in sub-Saharan Africa. President Biden announced at the Africa Leaders Summit in December of last year that the United States is all in on Africa. The United States International Development Finance Corporation will invest nearly $370 million into new projects, including $100 million to expand reliable and affordable clean energy access. That will surge $369 billion towards investments in clean energy technologies, providing incentives for much more from the private sector. The rapid expansion of clean energy manufacturing and deployment will introduce new innovations into global supply chains and contribute to lower energy costs around the world, including in developing and emerging economies. Supply chain bottlenecks continue to cause difficulties. The United States is working closely with trusted partners through the Minerals Security Partnership, IRENA, and others to support global clean energy supply chains that are transparent, resilient, and secure. Despite significant challenges, IRENA's mandate to promote clean energy remains more relevant than ever, and the United States looks forward to discussing ways to accelerate this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United States of America. I now give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me at the outset congratulate India for assuming the presidency of the 13th session of the Assembly, and you and the other vice presidents for assuming your roles. Good luck to you and to all of us with your role in this very important year of action here in the United Arab Emirates as we prepare for COP28. Also, our thanks go to the Director General for his annual report and for the work on the midterm strategy, which Denmark had the pleasure to lead together with Kenya. And we are, of course, very much supportive of and endorse the midterm strategy as presented. We do think that the midterm strategy reflects the new geopolitical context and the increased focus on accelerating energy transition. And in that context, we do support the 4 pillars in the theory of change of both bilateral cooperation and international partnerships. And we think that based on the midterm strategy, IRENA can play a critical role in helping prepare for COP28 as indicated, but also supporting G7 and G20 meetings that can lead into COP28. It is, as many others have said, of critical importance that we get onto the trajectory of 1.5 degrees, and those twin goals of energy transition and access are absolutely critical in that regard, since 75% of greenhouse gas emissions stem from energy production and consumption in one way or the other. Now, as to the four main activities of IRENA in the midterm strategy, let me just offer a few remarks on each of those four tracks. On Knowledge Foundation, Denmark supports the SIPS Lighthouse and are very much engaged in the IRENA work on long-term energy strategies, and we do think that the long-term energy strategies can be the underpinning of the enhanced NDCs that countries will have to prepare in accordance with Glasgow and Sharm decisions of the COP, but also the post-2030 NDC work that will have in COP28 and COP30. On the pillar of international cooperation and convening, we are proud to cooperate with IRENA on the Climate Investment Partnership that has raised almost $700 million for renewable energy projects. And while the Powering Past Coal Alliance and the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance are not IRENA-based alliances, they do base their work on IRENA analysis and are part of the push on the phase-out of fossil fuels. Furthermore, we are strongly engaged in multi-stakeholder collaboration on net zero shipping and in promoting renewable energy acceleration in Africa with IRENA as a partner. And as a special flagship, we have launched the Global Offshore Wind Alliance that was presented in the side event just before this session. The third pillar on country and regional support, we are very engaged in the Just Energy Transition Partnership with Africa, Vietnam and Indonesia, and also wish for a strong role of IRENA in advising on energy transition in those contexts. We also collaborate with IRENA on accelerating global energy transition beyond those countries, including in the context of the NDC partnership, where IRENA is the knowledge partner on renewable energy, and we hope that we can step up that work going forward, including on technical assistance and capacity building. And finally, the fourth pillar on finance and investment facilitation. We do hope that IRENA can continue to be the global center of excellence also in supporting the multilateral development banks in their reform that we do hope will support energy transition acceleration in developing countries and increased finance in that regard. Finally, let me just, Mr. Chair, commend IRENA on the holistic approach energy sector, also to create jobs for women. That gender aspect that is highlighted in the report is of particular importance to us. In conclusion, we are looking forward to an even stronger collaboration with IRENA, governments and the private sector in accelerating the global energy transition as we move forward to COP28. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Denmark. I now invite Algeria, but after Algeria there shall be Austria, New Zealand and the European Union. Just be ready. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Session of IRENA Assembly. I also congratulate the rest of the Bureau members for the election. I'd like to also thank Mr. Francesco La Camera, the Director General of IRENA, and his staff for the excellent preparation for this meeting. And I would also like to thank the host country, the United Arab Emirates, for their excellent hospitality. Regarding points 5 and 6 of the agenda, before I start, I'd like to thank the Director General for the excellent presentation of the annual report on the program and budget for 2022 and 2023, as well as the draft midterm strategy 2023 to 2027. We can say in this regard that the Director General's report is very balanced and comprehensive, and included reference to all the activities and programs that were conducted by IRENA in the past year. And in this regard, I'd like to reiterate the thanks to Francesco La Camera for his excellent efforts incorporating several mechanisms, several activities that strengthen the work of IRENA, and especially on the ground. I would also like to thank the team that worked at preparing the different meetings for the midterm strategy, for the development of the midterm strategy 2023 and 2027. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat headed by the Director General for their efforts to present and develop the midterm strategy that took into consideration the changes that we witness around the world in energy transition. Algeria, as a member of the Council of IRENA for 2022-2023, has contributed to the strategy by proposing the need for the objectives of the strategy to be aligned with the SDGs, as well as the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015. And within this framework, my delegation would like to reiterate the need to give special attention to developing countries, especially African countries, and help them find the necessary financing for renewable energy projects through providing new and innovative energy transition within these countries, including relying on the private sector as a crucial actor in achieving these objectives in accordance with the agenda of the African Union 2063. I would also like to reiterate the need for IRENA to continue to work on the objectives of its statutes, which focus on the sustainable use of all forms of renewable energies. Mr. Chair, the energy market is now more globalized, and it's very difficult to control its various components. The increasing demand on energy is a challenge, and we need to meet this increasing demand, at the same time reducing its impact on the environment. This is one of the most important challenges that we are faced with as member countries, and this means that we need to use more dialogue and acceptable to all parties. On another hand, to reach a fair energy transition and equitable energy transition requires a transfer of technology to adapt energy transition for a low-carbon economy, a green economy, using new technologies and to ensure that we reach net zero objectives. We have developed several projects since 2009 on different topics that are of common interest, and here I would like to thank IRENA for its efforts to support member countries, especially developing countries, to achieve common goals and objectives that have been agreed upon in the program of work. And we also
and affordable energy for everyone, which is extremely important and a main component of sustainable economic development. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, I would like to reiterate the fact that Algeria is ready to work and collaborate with everyone to achieve these objectives, and we will exert all efforts to contribute to achieving the objectives and the activities and implementation of the activities in the midterm strategy. We reiterate our continued support for Irina and for the Director General, who has done great work during his first term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Algeria. May I remind members to observe the 3 minutes allocation when we are making a presentation. Thank you. We now move on to Austria.
Austria is participating in the General Assembly in person. Since we have become a member of IRENA in 2021, I would like to underline how great it is to finally be able to meet in person to speak about the energy transition and the future of IRENA. Austria was not an official member of the medium-term strategy working team, but has still observed a number of its meetings. When the discussions on the new medium-term strategy first started, the context and the initial situation were significantly different. Energy security, along with energy access, have become a core concern for many. Austria is therefore pleased to see how the development of the medium-term strategy has evolved over the past month, and to see this difficult situation well Energy transition goes way beyond replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy technologies. Austria is therefore convinced that the new mission statement, including references to the fight against climate change, as well as to a just and inclusive transition, is well suited for IRENA's work in the coming years. While IRENA's core competencies remain integral parts of the strategy, we believe that the proposed regional and country-level approach rightfully reflects the need to approach countries and regions differently by taking into account their specific circumstances and needs. Adding the new pillar on the facilitation of projects and mobilization of capital not only makes sense, it is also necessary for the implementation of the energy transition on the ground. However, IRENA's work on project facilitations should avoid duplication of already existing initiatives and remain within the given financial and human resources. Austria welcomes the strong focus on international cooperation, and we are ready to play an active role in facilitating cooperation with the international energy organizations based in Vienna, the so-called Vienna Energy Hub. And allow me to conclude my remarks by thanking the co-facilitators, Denmark and Kenya, as well as the IRENA Secretariat for the facilitation of the work on the new medium-term strategy. Austria is convinced that the new strategy will provide IRENA with the necessary framework and tools to continue supporting us with the implementation of the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. I now give the floor to New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. Aotearoa New Zealand commends the Director General and the Secretariat for the comprehensive reporting that's been provided in the annual report, highlighting the continuing contributions that IRENA is making to the energy transition. We would, however, like to comment on IRENA's efforts to establish the Energy Transition Accelerator Fund, the ETAF. In the annual report and as part of Council reporting, there have been updates on the ETAF, providing a series of statistics on progress to date, partners, and the target of funding that it is hoped can be facilitated, but the Secretariat has not specifically reported on the operational side of the ETAF. During Council meetings, New Zealand and other member representatives have requested clarification on the structure of the IRENA and wider ETAF team, given given that this is a significant with the potential of $1 billion in funds being facilitated. Of equal importance is the management of expectations that are being raised amongst members and the wider energy finance market with the announcements around the ETUF. For example, given the confirmed fund is now committed to ETUF, what will be the key criteria that will control project eligibility for financing? Aotearoa New Zealand has a particular interest in how ETUF could help address the needs across the Pacific and the SIDS more broadly. Of interest is the anticipated allocation of IRENA staffing and management for the ETUF, related staff and administrative costs, and whether partners will make contributions to help offset these costs. An understanding of the overall governance of the ETUF initiative across IRENA and partner activities, especially where there may be an integration of resources, is important, as is how risks and liabilities are being identified and addressed. Ahead of the Assembly, we had suggested there could be an opportunity of how the Secretariat sees the establishment and operation of ETUF, its target markets and the wider governance structure that's envisaged. We assure all members look forward to an opportunity to learn more details of the ETUF during the Assembly to ensure their full support of this important initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the European Union, I would like to express appreciation to Director General La Camera and the IRENA Secretariat for their work on implementing the work programme and on developing the medium-term strategy 23 to 27, and for taking into account the comments by members in this process. The strategy will guide the agency's activities in strategy reflects the higher ambition of countries that see renewables a response to concerns around energy security and energy access. The strategy also keeps a strong focus on IRENA's objective to remain at the cutting edge of knowledge and experience in renewables, and in its holistic approach, which encompasses the broader economic and social effects of the energy transition. The proposed regional approach reflects the need to have specific approaches for different regions, but also the benefits of a wider geographic scope of analysis to address challenges that are common to multiple countries and leverage regional resources. The EU has a lot to offer in this respect, with its long experience of regional energy integration, and concretely supported the development of regional energy transition outlooks with the EU-IRENA Energy Compact on regional energy transition outlooks. The strategy appropriately points out the need to the Russian war in Ukraine, and this highlights also the contribution of renewables to mitigate the ongoing energy crisis and to address that in a structural manner. We welcome, therefore, the strong focus on reinforced international cooperation, which is fully in line with our international energy strategy in the European Union, where bilateral and multilateral cooperation play a key role. We remain committed to cooperating closely with IRENA and its members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, EU. I invite the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director General Francesco Nakamura, Excellencies, on behalf of the Republic of Korea, I would like to congratulate the opening of the 13th IRENA Assembly at posing a challenge on global energy transition. Solidarity and cooperation are the key to overcoming these challenges. IRENA's leadership is becoming increasingly more important to build such a cohesive partnership between countries and between the public and private sectors. We know that ARENA is continuously monitoring the status of energy transition and using its convening power to lead the international discussion on renewables-based transition. We note the significant work it has done in publishing World Energy Transition's Outlook, Breakthrough Agenda Report, NDCs and renewable energy targets in 2021, and etc. Korea fully understands that the multiple challenges of the pandemic, climate change, Ukraine crisis, and others have negatively impacted the progress of SDG 7, as was pointed out from the Tracking SDG 7 Energy Progress Report published by the ARENA. Korea will support the developing countries to achieve energy transition and GHG emissions reduction through its Green ODA project. Last but not least, in line with my government's renewable energy policy stance, Korea will take part in global energy transition efforts and constructively contribute to the ARENA, leveraging its experiences and technological know-how. In particular, Korea signed MOU with ARENA in last November to enhance cooperation on energy transition. With this MOU, Korea will disseminate Korea's energy policy and best practices of energy transition to the international community and will endeavor to contribute to our common goal, the net zero, by building a strong partnership with ARENA. Under the current global energy crisis, we look forward to ARENA's crucial role in acceleration of transition to sustainable energy.
On draft medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027, we would like to thank ARENA Secretariat and working group's effort to develop this strategy. Under the current energy environment, which is changing rapidly, the Republic of Korea would like to extend our support to the draft medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027, which aptly underscores energy security, just and inclusive energy transition, and climate action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now invite Bangladesh, but also to indicate that Norway and Niger be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. President, Bangladesh delegation appreciate the work of the Secretariat led by the Director General, His Excellency Mr. Francisco Lacamera, for providing comprehensive information of its work program and budget for 2022 and 2023, as well as of the state of the implementation of the program activities. Notwithstanding the unprecedented time of COVID-19 pandemic, the Secretariat has moved along with all 64 budgeted programs of activities over the year. It's noteworthy that the pace of the implementation corresponds to the news cycle. Congratulations to you, team. We would therefore hope that the Secretariat will maintain the current stream of implementation in the last year of the current biennium. Distinguished 2010 and 2019, while the total energy production increased more than 1.5 times since 2010. Most significantly, the renewable power process costs are gradually declining. Furthermore, the light shed on the socio-economic impact of the energy transition, like investment and employment creation in the renewables, would further encourage the national policymakers to be more engaging in this area with a view to achieving inclusiveness, resilience, and equity in energy transition. Furthermore, the introduction of new tools like collaborative frameworks and proposed global high-level forum on energy transition and reports by the agency would undoubtedly contribute to not only the national policy formation of member states, but note that in line with the UN strategy, the Secretariat has been able to close the gender gap by 2022 at senior team. However, 47% of the recruits of staff level are women. Bangladesh delegation comments the Director General's efforts to this end as Bangladesh is a champion on women empowerment under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. In this context, I would call upon the Director General to also take account of the population size of the member states while maintaining equitable geographical distribution in the INA recruits. It's good to see that over a decade, the agency has emerged as global center of excellence for knowledge and innovation and stakeholders network hub, as well as a voice for renewable energy. In the meantime, its outward facing by voluntary contributions. In this context, Bangladesh delegation would like to express its deep appreciation to all voluntary contributors, namely the UAE, UK, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Japan, Republic of Korea, Norway, and other institutions like European Commission, UNDP, UNOPS for their support of the IRINA actions on the ground outputs. In this context, I would like to call upon the agency not to lose sight of the special needs of the LDC graduating countries, including Bangladesh, LDCs, and small islands developing states with respect to both technical assistance and finance in their energy transition policies and programs. With these foregoing remarks, we welcome to the Director General's annual report mandated service to the member states, notwithstanding the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, I would like to thank the host country UAE in the Secretariat and Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I now give the floor to Norway.
Thank you very much, President. First, let me congratulate India with assuming the presidency and also congratulate you and the other vice presidents. Let me provide some comments on agenda item 5 and 6, and we will give our national statement later in accordance with the list of speakers. Initially, let me thank the staff of IRINA and the DG for their hard work and for organizing this assembly. As you presented to us, the progress that you made is quite remarkable despite the challenging environment that you had to operate in. So we are extremely pleased with IRINA's delivery and the report that you provided to us. Let me just highlight two small issues from my side. We really welcome the youth forum that was organized here yesterday. I think this was a great platform for us to engage in the discussion with the young people, and I will encourage to bring in those voices also in this room. We also value the collaborative frameworks, and I think this has been excellent platforms for us to engage in, and I note the active engagement from a number of member states in the various collaborative frameworks. DG Camara presented also the draft medium-term strategy for 2023 to 27, and let me say that from the outset, Norway is ready to support the draft decision. I would like to thank Denmark and Kenya for facilitating the preparation of the draft strategy. I also note the active involvement of a number of member states in our discussions which has helped us to move the strategy forward and to sharpen and focus the strategy. And I think the current document that we have in front of us is much sharper than the previous strategies that we've had. So for us, this is an excellent basis to move forward, and the strategy responds very well to the current global energy crisis that we are in the midst of. So in moving forward, I think it's really important that the voice of renewable is strengthened, and we need this clear voice more than ever in the current situation. So I would like to call upon IRINA to participate maybe even more actively in the help us to ensure a successful outcome of COP28. And I'm looking forward to your strong cooperation with the host country, UAE, on this issue. We would like to see a stronger focus on gender and youth in the current strategy. This was also highlighted by the previous speaker from Bangladesh. Finally, also as brought up by Bangladesh, the agency needs resources to implement the draft strategy. So we all need to ensure that the agency has the adequate resources. And we are providing voluntary resources to ARENA, and I would like to encourage other member states to provide voluntary resources to enable the organization to deliver on the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I now give the floor to Niger.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to of our shared organization. I would also like to seize this opportunity to applaud the efforts deployed within the framework of the partnership between our organization and the member states, and Nigeria continue to support the mobilization of the finance required so that countries such as ours can implement high-quality infrastructure and energy projects which can promote the development of our poorest member countries. And I'd like to express my gratitude to ARENA and other member countries of ARENA for the constant support they've continued to give to helping to develop the energy system in our country. And Niger has benefited during the fourth cycle of the installation of ARENA of the Abu Dhabi an interesting loan, and I wish to thank the Abu Dhabi for this funding and for ARENA for having assisted with this project. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, access to energy is a major challenge for most African countries. This situation of energy poverty which characterizes Africa is an anomaly because of Africa's potential in terms of renewable energy forms is remarkable. And to transform this potential and enable millions of Africans to have access to renewable energy, it is urgent and necessary that member organizations and the member countries who lack resources uphold their commitments made to African countries and avoid financial abuse, and they deliver the equipment and to ensure systems which enable African countries to the infrastructure required to generate electricity. Access to energy has to be considered as a fundamental human right, and organization must contribute in ensuring that this fundamental right has tangible content. Much has been done, but it remains insufficient. That is why Nigeria calls upon the international community to take action and ensure that all populations, wherever they may be, have access to renewable energy. We have the potential to do so. What we still need is the willing to do so. We want to call upon ARENA to ensure that this willingness is there in the future. To wrap up, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call upon all the member countries of ARENA and all the attendant organizations to support Nigeria at the International Conference on Solar attention.
Niger, I now call upon Nigeria, but the following must be ready: France, Uganda, and Mauritania. In that order. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Nigerian delegation
to the 13th session of the Arena Assembly, we convey the compliments of the government of Nigeria to this 13th Assembly of Arena. We congratulate India as the President and Belgium, Indonesia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines and Zimbabwe as Vice Presidents of this 13th Assembly. We also commend the preceding leadership of the Assembly under El Salvador. The Secretariat under the leadership of the Director General, Francisco La Cámara, is also applauded for the hard work and commitment put into the execution of the 2022 work plan, as well as the organization of this 13th General Assembly. Nigeria is committed to its energy security and increasing its access through the expansion of its energy supply mix to include its renewable energy sources as well as energy efficiency. The debilitating consequences of global warming and climate change on our people has convinced us to further deepen the exploitation of our energy, of our enormous renewable energy sources. We therefore appreciate ARENA for concluding and launching the Renewable Energy Roadmap Study Report for Nigeria. We are hopeful that the Regional Renewable Energy Investment Forum, deferred to be held in Nigeria this year, will facilitate the attraction of investments in the renewable energy sector of our country and the region at large. Finally, while we convey Nigeria's continued commitment to the principles of and support to ARENA, we wish this 13th Assembly a successful and fruitful deliberations. Senator Adeleke Mamora, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation and Head of the Nigerian Delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. I now give the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the General Director for all, and I'd like to congratulate all of the people from the agency for all of the work that they've been doing throughout the year of 2022 within the context of climate change and energy safety. It is crucial to be able to have this energy transfer at a world level. Within this framework, the short-term strategy that's been presented to us is excellent, and we also would like to talk about how pertinent it is this agency is, and the quality of the work we've been doing, and especially with regards to collaborating among all the states, and plays a very important role within the first world bill as far as climate change is concerned. Within the European Union, we have chosen to be carbon neutral by 2050. This objective is written within our law since 2019. France has important goals that are quite ambitious to be able to have at least 35% of its consumption, about 40% as far as electricity is concerned with renewables. And to be able to achieve these objectives, France has continued with the European strategy of 50-55 repowering European. Resilience that we've been talking about 2 years ago is very important now. And this law, without any precedent, has been prepared within the framework of to have a deep change. This law has new measures to accelerate the transition of the development to be carbon neutral in our society. Right now we have a law that is being discussed in the Parliament to be able to accelerate renewables to be able to make all of this much more simple to achieve. And as far as long term is concerned, the strategy in France, our President of the Republic last year talked about to consume much less energy, to be much more sober in our consumption, and to consume this energy in a better way, and to accelerate renewable development, renewable energy, as well as nuclear matters in France. And within this whole to guarantee our energy security and to be able to achieve our objectives. And for all of this work, France will continue to get the support of the expertise of UNEMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, France. I now give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, Chair. On the onset, I would wish to congratulate India for being elected the President of the Assembly and the several countries that have been elected as Vice Chair. And also wish to take the opportunity to thank IRENA Director General and his team for preparing a very good report for which we are discussing today. Also, Chair, allow me to thank United Arab Emirates Uganda would wish to commend the countries and IRENA for setting the pace for discussing the energy transition. And we would wish to recommend that we continue the momentum or even increase the momentum for the discussion of the energy transition. In Uganda, we have formed the Merit-Acta platform, which allows us to discuss this energy transition. And this Merit-Acta platform involves several other sectors or partners drawn from different backgrounds, including academia, the financing institution, and other sectors that support the transition towards energy or renewable energy space. We are also, as a country, renewing or developing our energy policy, reviewing our energy policy, and this time we're emphasizing the area of the energy transition to feature very prominently in the energy policy. Chair, we're also reviewing the energy efficiency and conservation bill, mainly to emphasize on the energy security. Now, as far as the report is concerned, Chair, we would wish to emphasize that as Uganda, we realize that the financing that is available in the energy space, which will also support the renewable energy transition, needs to be restructured so that we have targeted financing to support the distributed small-scale renewable energy access. The financing that is available currently is supporting large-scale adoption for renewable energy. As secondary Chair, you realize that in sub-Saharan Africa, we depend mainly on biomass energy, and the method for data collection, which we have currently, is dependent on each country, and therefore becomes a bit of a challenge when it comes to comparing the data collected in different countries. We would wish to urge IRENA to develop a harmonized methodology for data collection so that it becomes very easy to compare data collected from different countries. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. I now give the floor to Mauritania.
Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Please allow me to applaud the presidency, country representing the presidency of IRENA, and the vice presidency as well for their work. I'd also like to thank the United Arab Emirates for the efforts undertaken since the organization's inception and their support for the development of emerging energy renewables, and in particular the support to my country, Mauritania, for several years, notably regarding the development of renewable energy forms. Finally, I'd also like to thank Mr. Francisco Le Camara and his teams from IRENA for the work and effort undertaken this year, and I'd like to encourage them to pursue their commitments in mobilizing resources required to face up to two challenges we're all climate change, which threatens the planet's very existence. And Mauritania, in this regard, has made various commitments. It's defined an energy hub via the development of its own resources. Now we have indeed discovered significant hydrocarbons or oil or gas specifically, and we have one of the best solar and wind potential in the world, and a lot of minerals as well. So within this framework, in this regard, Mauritania has put into place a short, medium and long-term strategy, based upon achieving production capacity, electricity production, generation capacity to electricity by 2030. The midterm strategy now is based upon the development of interconnected grids and networks, and in this regard there's a significant program to develop trans-Saharan interconnectivity as part of the initiative launched by the African Development Bank. Thirdly, and this is by no means the least important, Mauritania has decided to make a wager upon its potential to become an energy hub via developing green energy in the years to come, green hydrogen, and there's a significant source of wind and solar, and across our country with a significant inhabited area. Businesses that in the offing with green energy, which will enable us to be one of the major players in the energy transition process. But to this end, some projects are being implemented, notably with the creation of a regulatory framework which would make it possible for the private sector to operate under the best possible circumstances for that. We have benefited, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them, that we've benefited from the support from various partners, the European Union and Germany, amongst others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mauritania. I now give the floor to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam.
Brothers, heads of delegations, august gathering, may peace and blessings be upon you all, and good afternoon to you all. At the outset, the delegation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its deep gratitude and appreciation to IRENA
and with His Excellency Director General for the great efforts and distinguished activities undertaken by IRENA. Saudi Arabia continues to support the efforts and activities of IRENA at all levels to achieve the mandated activities and objectives. Saudi Arabia also congratulates India on its presidency of the current session of the Assembly and the Vice Presidents Belgium, Indonesia, St. Vincent, Zimbabwe, and welcomes the member states that recently joined IRENA. Saudi Arabia attached huge importance to the enhancement of the utilization of renewables, especially wind and solar energies, to achieve its ambitious goals in terms of energy transition and to reach the net zero by 2060 or even earlier than this date. It adopted the recycling economy of carbon, which includes renewables and its uses to achieve energy security. Saudi Arabia was keen to work closely with its partners to build a good infrastructure and base to develop renewables and its related policies worldwide. In this regard, and within the 2030 vision of KSA, Saudi Arabia launched its program on renewables, represented by the initiative of His Majesty on renewables that aims at reaching the best and ideal use of renewables and to especially in the use of electricity by 50%. Saudi Arabia also launched an initiative which is called Green Saudi Arabia, and incorporated in this initiative we are working on putting a package of policies on green hydrogen. In the conference that was held last year, this year in Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27, it announced to work in Jubail in the first stage to establish the biggest or largest storage of CO2, carbon dioxide. Saudi Arabia is working on connectivity projects with the neighboring countries, which enhances the grids and networks that to include more of renewable energy. To build a sustainable and efficient energy sector, Saudi Arabia launched a good number of initiatives to enable and empower projects and renewable energy policies and to enhance the capacities of human resources and conduct research studies to enhance these resources and increase their credibility. We're also working on launching a number of initiatives in training and education in cooperation with national and international institutions to build national capacities and potentials and empower them in the different fields of renewable of Saudi Arabia extends deep appreciation to United Arab Emirates for the warm hospitality, organization and facilitation of this great world event. We renew our thanks and appreciation to IRENA, affirming our support and continued assistance to the agency to implement its goals and objectives. Thank you very much for your attentive listening.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia. I now invite Kenya.
Excellencies, Director General IRENA, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to make a brief statement during this capacity and access and reduce the cost of electricity. Renewable energy currently accounts for more than 92% of Kenya's generation mix capacity. Available renewable sources in Kenya include geothermal, hydro, solar, wind, and sustainable biomass. With regard to what priority actions are needed in the next few years to accelerate the energy transition, Kenya is of the shared view with the earlier speakers that 1. Renewable energy technology be made a global public good, including removing intellectual property barriers to technology transfer in order to accelerate its uptake. 2. Barriers to the global access to supply chains for renewable energy technologies components and raw materials be removed in order to progress to countries and regions that need it most to enable them address the inherent access barriers to clean energy in a manner that ensures no one is left behind. And 4, access to clean cooking fuels and technologies must be made a top political priority with targeted policies. We submit that SDG 7 objectives will not be realized if access to clean cooking continues to lag behind. In the push to accelerate access to clean cooking, Kenya has embarked on the implementation of Energy Compact on cooking by first transitioning 500 schools every year away from use of biomass for cooking. In addition, Kenya will continue to champion the need for establishment of an international day for clean cooking with the requisite mechanisms for regular tracking of the efforts in green manufacturing and towards net zero. Kenya is pursuing 3 critical intervention objectives. 1, development of green renewable energy portfolio based on immense potential that exists within its borders. Establishment of green energy park or parks as manufacturing hubs. Conlocating energy and industries within these established hubs in line with the foregoing objectives. Kenya has already established a geothermal industrial green energy park at Olkaria, which is in the early stages of development. This model is to be replicated in other green renewable energy areas. With uninterrupted green geothermal power and geothermal byproducts comprising of steam, brine, special economic zone positioning, service industry land, along with infrastructure, the energy parks offers a variety of suitable for all tenants. We therefore welcome potential investors to take advantage of the favorable investment environment. Those interested may engage with us for more targeted offers, including development of green hydrogen, green fertilizer, green manufacturing that support decarbonizing and climate change initiatives. On the medium-term strategy, Kenya wishes to extend sincere gratitude to the membership and delegates and appreciate the opportunity accorded to co-chair the medium-term strategy preparation process. We also wish to thank the Director General and Secretariat for the excellent support extended to Kenya and Denmark as co-facilitators in the medium-term strategy formulation. We also wish to thank the participating member states for their valuable contribution towards the realization of the development of the medium-term strategy for ARENA 2023 to 2027. We remain committed to support its implementation. Lastly, we acknowledge the enormous achievement that ARENA is making. We further urge ARENA to strengthen the country and regional support in terms of facilitating information sharing and contextualizing energy transition based on local circumstances. To this end, Kenya would offer to host an ARENA regional coordination hub in future if such opportunity arises. Finally, Kenya is available to support UAE in its preparation work in organizing to host COP28. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last intervention on items we given their opportunities to make their general statements after a comment from the Director General on what has been presented. I now invite the Deputy Director General to address the issues raised under this item and provide overall reflections. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I'd first of all like to thank the two co-chairs of the MTS, Denmark and Kenya, because this MTS and formulation was much more challenging, given that this time around IRENA now has nearly universal membership, so it was quite a challenge getting the priorities for the next 5 years right, but also taking into account the very different challenges that member states across the membership had posed for this committee to think and to move forward with. These insights are extremely important for us as Secretariat because they allow us to shape, to tweak our work program, and especially given that now we have a new midterm strategy in place moving forward, we will start already putting the various insights and the priorities that have been mentioned by the member states and the challenges that they would like IRENA to address in its work program. I would like to also say at this stage that while the last few years have been challenging because we had to work in circumstances that were quite unprecedented, I also would like to acknowledge that with the growing political momentum and what we've seen over these years is that a large number of our member states have launched either new initiatives or very strong strategies to take the energy transition forward. At IRENA, we would welcome your insights in going forward to make sure that we do play the role of facilitating and bringing to the membership the best practices, the knowledge and the analysis from the member states to support the other countries that might be in different stages of the energy transition. I think they're extremely insightful comments, and I would just like to assure them that we would definitely take them into account as we move forward with our programming in the coming work program. Thank you so much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Director General. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to take note of the annual reports of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2022 to 2023 as contained in the document A13-3? I hear no objection. It is so decided. As contained in the document A13L4 and adopt the related draft decision as contained in A13DC-L1. I hear no objection. It is so decided. This concludes now consideration for the agenda items 5 and 6. I now invite the Assembly to turn to agenda number 7, which is the general member statements. Under this agenda item, members will be invited to share their national experiences on priority actions and challenges related to the deployment of renewable energy and exchange views on issues related to the energy transition in the coming decades and beyond. In their interventions, delegations may also wish to reflect on the role of energy transitions in the context of the global stocktake. There are almost 55 delegations requesting to make interventions under this agenda, so I kindly ask for your understanding in keeping your interventions to 3 minutes in order to ensure the highest level of participation. I now give the floor to Guinea. Guinea, you have the floor.
Salut à tout le monde.
Hello everyone, and we want to applaud India for the presidency of the 13th General Assembly of IRENA, as well as thank the United Arab Emirates for the high-quality welcome afforded to us. And we'd also like to thank IRENA for the considerable effort invested within the framework of the emergence as well as the transition toward renewable energy forms. In Guinea today we have 40% of electricity, but only 80% in rural zones. That has demonstrated once again that we need to have the support of IRENA, as well as all institutions working within the framework of renewable energies, to have access to renewable energy, but facilitate the access of our population, which is removed from renewable energy forms or more distant. We want to inform the General Assembly that Guinea, just a week ago, has created a new national agency for renewable energy. If I can therefore allow myself, it is the daughter of IRENA, so to speak, and we want it to become an adult, as it were, and to assist us in financing our projects and beefing up our capacity. But the local bankers of the private sector, we'd like them to contribute so they play their role in the deployment of renewable energy forms and to ensure successful energy transition. And I think you'll probably agree with me that we need to help each other energy transition process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guinea. I now invite Mauritius.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Rajkumar Singh, the Minister of India, as a chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the IRENA for the invitation to the government of Mauritius, and I'm very grateful to inform this Assembly of the action being undertaken by Mauritius to fulfill our commitments on greenhouse gas emission. We also make some mention of the challenges we are facing and highlight the fields in which we are envisaging collaboration with IRENA. It's a small developing state and has no resource such as oil, gas or coal. The government has been committed
to make the best use of the available renewable energy resources. The percentage of renewable energy in the country's total electricity production was of the order of 21.5% in 2021, with bagasse, a byproduct of sugarcane crop, as the main source. At the COP26 in 2021, Mauritius pledged to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 40% in its updated nationally determined contribution. In May 2022, the government published target in the electricity mix by 2030 throughout the phasing out of gold. The reviewed Roadmap 2030 makes some bold proposals, including new independent power producer project for renewable energy hybrid facilities, dedicated of biomass, power plants, floatings, and photovoltaic, ocean renewable energy technologies, waste to energy. These will require an estimated 1.345 billion US dollar of investment. Chair, these projects will involve cutting-edge technology. For example, our first offshore problem would have serious consequences, as we have no neighboring sources from which to borrow energy in case of shortage. We are also vulnerable to catastrophic natural events which could disrupt these new installations. Furthermore, many of these new energy sources are intermittent nature. In this context, one of our primary actions will be to implement renewable energy hybrid facilities combining wind, solar, and battery technologies to obtain a firm and stable power grid as from 2028. As we embark on this difficult but necessary transition phase, we'll very much rely on the assistance of IRENA and close collaboration. A few areas would be the review of purchase power agreement, maintaining the stability and integrity of our electricity grid, while we introduce new energy sources into its feasibility study on pumped hydro. Including the field of marine sources, development, home solar project, and solar simulator. Chair, we are living in troubled times, both in terms of geopolitical volatility and the intensity of natural events. This background gives an added sense of urgency to the work of our Assembly. The constant work of the international community, crystallized through the IRENA and its associated stakeholders, gives me confidence that humanity will, with the boundless creativity and energy, find solution to its problem and move to a better future. Before I conclude, Chair, I would heartily, on behalf of the government of Mauritius, extend my gratitude to IRENA and yourself, Mr. Francisco La Camera, for the continuous support to my island in achieving our objectives.
I also once again remind members to stick to the 3 minutes that is provided for your statements. We still have the reception dinner at 6:30. So if we delay, it means we'll also delay to go for the dinner. Thank you very much. I invite Tonga to present your statement.
Thank you, Vice President. Due to time constraint, the Prime Minister of Tonga is currently occupied with financial. please allow me the opportunity to read his statement. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it is an honor to address the Arena Assembly for the first time as Prime Minister of Tonga and as Acting Minister of Meteorology, Environment, Information, Disaster Management, of the Arena Assembly and assure you of my delegation's full support. May I also commend the sterling work of the Arena Director General and the Secretariat and the tireless effort to facilitate this. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of UAE and the city of Abu Dhabi for the warm hospitality ever since our arrival. Mr. President, we appreciate the crucial theme, energy transition around the world, global assessment. Global efforts continue to combat the adverse impact of climate change as we prepare for the COP28, with genuine hopes for funds to assist vulnerable countries affected by this climate crisis, where climate change is an existential threat and where we are already experiencing the adverse effect of climate change. Stages of Tonga's switch to clean energy. It allowed for installation of a 0.42 megawatts of Tonga of the Lalahi solar farm in Lava'u in 2013 and the installation of solar rooftop in 2014 as part of the Side Future Energy Prize. Additionally, the Arena has contributed financially to the improvement of Tonga energy statistic and energy audit initiative for public buildings. Recently, Tonga's first ever largest scale battery storage system, the largest in the South Pacific region, was commissioned on the 25th of October 2022. And will contribute to the country's transition to renewable energy. The GCF, the ADB, the Government of Australia, and Akua Energy collaborate Tonga new 6.9 megawatt solar power plant was also commissioned on the 7th of December 2022, the largest of its kind in the South Pacific region, built as part of a power purchase agreement between Sunrise New Zealand Limited, Top Corporation, Tonga Power Limited. It was also supported by ADB. The majority of Tonga renewable energy generation sites are from Tonga partners, and Tonga aim to pursue the partnership and collaboration from independent power producer. Tonga companies also develop extensive experience in the construction of large solar power plants, increasing Tonga in-country renewable energy skills capacity. The Tonga Energy Roadmap has been in place since 2010 and was completed in 2020 with the target of meeting 50% renewable energy generation by 2020. Despite the postponement of this target due to a number of obstacles, including the COVID pandemic, Tonga was successfully in establishing 3.5 megawatt grid-connected solar farm, 8 megawatt solar IPP, 1.3 megawatt solar power, energy generation by 2025, and this can only be achieved through a mixture of grant and public-private partnership. Enabling transition that are clean, secure, cheap, and resilient while reducing emissions in the Kingdom of Tonga is our goal. It is therefore a bonus that with Tonga Energy Act 2022 now in effect, the government finally has the authority to oversee the energy development and enabling environment for public-private partnership. Tonga, with the new Energy Act and the Tonga Energy Roadmap Plus 2021 to 2035, set ambitious national energy target to reach 70% renewable energy by 2025 and 100% by 2045. This is also reflected in Tonga's latest NDC. Tonga Head of State, His Majesty King Tupoutoʻa VI, stated in the COP27 that Tonga requires more environment-friendly transportation because the country transport industry consumes bulk of its important fuel. Tonga is nonetheless aware that the increased demand for electric cars will require an upgrade to the national grid, as well as increase in share of renewable energy source in the energy mix of Tonga. Mr. President, inclusive people-centered approach are essential to allow vulnerable communities to manage the upfront costs of cleaner technology and ensure that the benefit of transition are felt right across the society. However, we can only do much with our limited resources, and Tonga would again be grateful for the assistance of the arena and establishing strong partnership. The time for zero feasibility study for small island nation like Tonga is no longer required. Rather, on-site physical project implementation should receive greater attention. Enhancing domestic investors and closing the investment gap between domestic and foreign investors are both necessary in Tonga and SIDS. Now more than ever, it's critical that programs target the most disadvantaged communities and reap both their direct and indirect benefit. Tonga and SIDS require the financial aid of ARENA and development partners for actual execution of renewable energy projects to achieve renewable energy target in our NDC. In conclusion, I convey my sincere congratulations to the government of UAE for hosting the 28th sessions of the Conference of the Parties to the UNFCCC and register its full support. We believe that a full achievement of all climate pledges is essential if we are to move forward towards safer ground. Even though there's still a large gap between today's ambition and a 1.5 degree Celsius stabilization, Tonga's commitment to meeting its global greenhouse gas emission target is steadfast despite its negligible greenhouse and we look forward to strengthening our collaboration with ARENA and its member state. Thank you, and Maro Pito.
Thank you, Tonga. I now give the floor to the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Russian aggression to Ukraine has altered dramatically the geopolitical order and the global energy system. The European Union reacted promptly and with unity to the weaponization of energy by Russia. Our response through the Repower EU plan was adopted in May last year, and the response has been fast and steady. Crucially, this response was primarily an acceleration of our energy transition and in no way backtracks from our climate and energy goals. On the contrary, the Repower EU strategy accelerates our efforts towards emissions by 25% by 2030. With Repower EU, we are accelerating our energy transition. We are increasing our renewables and energy efficiency targets. We plan to double the share of renewable energy in our final consumption to 45% in 2030. We are accelerating the deployment of renewables by simplifying and speeding up the permitting procedures in the European Union. We are giving a boost to renewable hydrogen and biomethane development and imports. We have adopted a solar strategy to bring online more than 320 gigawatt of solar photovoltaic by 2025, which is a doubling compared to 2020, and almost 600 gigawatt by 2030 by, among others, making solar panels mandatory on rooftops and new buildings. In the European Union, we are already seeing positive developments in several sectors, from solar photovoltaic with a record 6.7 gigawatt of new contracts signed in 2021. Many of these developments also help reduce our consumption of natural gas considerably, which results in less fossil fuel dependency and which releases and supplies further energy to global markets and global partners. We need this to achieve our climate goals, but we also need it to strengthen our energy security in Europe and globally. In light of the current geopolitical context, we appreciate the stronger focus on links between renewables and energy security included in the IRENA medium-term strategy, as well as the emphasis on the role that renewables can play in ensuring energy access in developing countries. Renewables are part of the solution to the current crisis. This is valid for us in the European Union, but it is also valid for all of our partners, and we stand ready to support continuing to implement joint actions with IRENA, such as the UN Compact on Regional Energy Transition Outlook, and to actively supporting IRENA in remaining a central driving force and convening place for the global energy transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. I now give the floor to Germany. Okay, it's supposed to be Uruguay. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. General Director of IRENA, our congratulations to India, as well as the 4 vice presidents from Belgium and the other 3, because they have been appointed to preside this assembly. Also, I would like to congratulate Mr. Francesco La Camara from IRENA and the Secretariat for a new and successful assembly that is taking place right now, and we're quite fortunate this is face-to-face. We'd also like to thank the government of the United Arab Emirates for their wonderful help in everything. Throughout 2022, Uruguay has helped and collaborated, and following the advice of number 23 and 24 of the agenda, we are proud, and it shows the commitment of our country with renewable energies and with the work that has been developed by IRENA last year, has been seen in the general report of the General Director. I would like to take this moment to thank Denmark and Kenya for their excellent help in facilitating all of these matters. Uruguay has continued to participate with these initiatives and technical forums in renewable energy, such as hydroelectric as well as geothermic, and successfully has facilitated, as far as collaboration is concerned and dialogue is concerned, for renewable energies among many other members, and has manifested its interest to be part of the REMAP program for South America, and also wants to empower renewable energies by analyzing industrial areas as well as construction and transport. For Uruguay, this is an opportunity to develop local capacities and increase the knowledge of existing technologies, focusing on the strengthening of the matrix of primary energy and the progressive decarbonization within the energy sector. Uruguay is especially happy with all of the work that has been taking place as far as what's happening with the excellence of energy, and the Renewable Energy Innovation Fund has been helping us so that we can replace, at least partially, the consumption of gas oil with electric energy that is not interrupted, and therefore much at a lower cost and also a lower impact on the environment. With regards to the work that Uruguay has done with this agency, we're very happy to say that very recently my country has manifested its interest to have the first forum of investment for IRENA that will take place at the end of because of the energy that is to get together and which is of key importance for Latin America and the Caribbean. And on the same line, we think it's important that ARENA should be able to foster possibilities of triangular cooperation in our region as exchange of experiences among our peers and giving our technical advice as well, helping with financial matters for these things within the framework of deepening our relationship of the organization with the region. With regards to the last point, the categorization of Uruguay as a high, medium, and high income means that it no longer receives international cooperation, and therefore, in this sense, we have projects for renewable energy, and therefore my country cannot present itself to several callings for reimbursable funds. And this affects us because even though there are many matters that have been solved at a national level, there are others that commitment as far as renewable energy is concerned, as we can see in the annual reports that we have made for the years 2022-2023. The world is thinking of renewables as the only way ahead for development, and therefore we want to congratulate ARENA with all of its work and all of its help on global initiatives for energy such as COP27 and COP28. We also celebrate and support initiatives that are being promoted by ARENA and the United Nations as the Energy Pact for Renewable Energy for the maintenance for the peace of the United Nations. Uruguay is one of the main countries that has contributed or sent troops in these situations, and we believe it's important to continue to have more dialogue in places where these peacekeeping operations take place. Span of this machinery. In this sense, ARENA has to continue to position itself in an international way and comply with the CIF goal, energy CIF for all, energy for everyone, sustainable development goals, and international agreements on climate matters within the framework of COP. And to be able to see how these sources will behave in the future, as well as the international groups that are members of it. Mr. Chairman, the commitments that our country has adopted in the second phase of energy transformation, this includes decarbonization of the rest of the energy sector. And this is industry and transportation, as well as developing an economy on green hydrogen for our local market, as well as for export. The use of fossil fuels to a minimum expression as far as generating electricity is concerned. Our country is ready to launch these projects of green hydrogen and others, and this will help us to have sustainable economic growth in line with the environmental commitments that we have assumed, and therefore we have a roadmap for green hydrogen up to the year 2040, which shows you that clean energy is a very important commitment in our country, and accompanied by all of these characteristics makes our country open to private, national, and international investment with clear and stable rules, and also stable economic and political its second contribution at the second level, which has to do with the Paris Agreement. And with this, our country is showing its commitment for climate, and the matters of climate change. And this is an alignment with public and international development and to be able to lower coal. Lastly, I'd like to say that we have certificates of renewable energy, which are a mechanism of accreditation that shows that that energy was generated from renewable sources. And to end, Uruguay would like to ratify its commitment with IRENA, taking care of the environment, renewable energies, as well as moving forward in the agenda for energy transformation at a world level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. Before I call upon the next country to make a presentation, I would like to remind member states to watch the clock. When you get to 00, it means you would have exhausted your time. Thank you very much. The next presenter is Colombia, and they will be followed by Serbia, Maldives, and Sao Tome and Principe, in that order. Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is the first time that our country is taking the floor, I'd like to greet the Board of Directors and all of the participants who are here today. From our government, we are committed with a Colombia that is empowered for life. And for this, we're working to be able to do everything that we need to have national capacities to be able to face the climate change and its impact that it has on our country as well as diversity. We have three important challenges. The first one is to adapt our grid to be able to face the adverse effects of climate change. Secondly, to move from an extractional type of economy to a productive one. And third place, to reestablish ecological and justice as far as producing energy is concerned. And for this, we are betting on this type of energy that will be an equality in a sense that equal for all and recognizes energy for the management and access to energy for all. And I would like to highlight the role that meetings like this have, because we are convinced that this can be a means not only to be able to move towards cleaner type of energy, but also to create jobs, lower costs for the consumers, and to strengthen participating with all of this that are intensive in knowledge, meaning that we should all work together with these technical institutions and higher and education, and to be able to work with the entrepreneurs and the private sector that will help us with this energy change. Right now, we have the roadmap to be able to follow it in a just way, and in May in this year, we will be launching this. It will have an intersectoral and ethnic and of gender point of view. This will help us to be able to see all of this energy transition with all of the technical matters that are important to establish our goals, to make sure that it is just in Colombia. And we will be looking into all of the strategic plans that we need to have energy for all and just energy for all. We know that the climate energy is proposed a couple of years ago in the 7th edition of the Week of Energy that was organized by the Inter-American Development Bank and others. We have made the integration of Latin American energy to decarbonize and to use more renewable energy sources. This will permit us to have an exchange currently and in the future based on a regional plan that will bear in mind the future demands that we need from a social and environmental point of view, and to be able to respond to the matters that we have at a local level, and to make it much more reliable, to be able to generate markets that are more cost efficient. To be able to achieve this, we need to strengthen technical capacities of our countries, intensive in knowledge that will recognize the capacities of every country and let their contributions help us move to Latin American countries and international countries so that we can all walk together towards sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colombia. Serbia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to congratulate Irina for the work done last year and also thank the UIA for hosting the 13th session of the Assembly meeting. Considering the fact that in 2011, 0 countries had an obligation to reach zero net emissions, whereas in 2022 there were 137 countries committed to reach zero net emissions, this tells us that in the last 11 years, the global awareness of the issue of climate change has become significantly higher, which inspires hope that concrete steps are being taken to reduce are at the same time facing internal challenges that represent an obstacle for changes towards climate neutrality. And there are other issues, such as poverty, weak economy, unresolved ethnic and religious issues that tend, unfortunately, to suppress the problem of climate change. In addition to implementing preventive measures and protecting our citizens and economy from the consequences of the conflict in Ukraine, Serbia also acts responsibly in regard to the fulfillment of international commitments that Serbia has undertaken, which concern environmental protection. In that respect, we are intensively working on the development of the energy sector strategy to 2050 and the integrated energy and climate plan. The directions of development will certainly be in accordance with the obligations that the Republic of Serbia has. However, we are fully committed to contribute to carbon-neutral ambitions of the European continent. As Serbia is still predominantly a coal-based country for the electricity production, there is another, yet equally significant strategy we are developing, which should ensure actions towards a just transition from coal, meaning the protection of employees and local communities in the area where coal is produced and used for the generation of electricity. The issue for us is that we are committing to similar goals as the EU member states in the green transition, but we don't have, unfortunately, access to the same financial instruments. Regardless of this, however, we have planned in the next short-term period of 5 years a number of strategic projects concerning the development of the capacity of renewable energy sources, but also electricity transmission and distribution grids, with a total value of around 5 billion euros. By 2027, we also plan to have additional 1,500 megawatts of renewables as a result of auctions from the private sector. Mr. Chairman, let me conclude. We have to understand that the energy sector is not an isolated area, and that negative developments in the energy market of one country have negative effects on other countries too, which we are witnessing today. That is why Serbia is raising the level of investments in the energy and insists on strengthening international and bilateral relations with countries in our closer and wider region, because energy is currently our common issue, but we wish to see it as a common solution. I look forward, Mr. Chairman, to the future work of IRENA in bringing the countries closer in overcoming all the challenges on the path to green energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Serbia. I now invite Maldives.
President, Excellencies and colleagues, I would like to thank IRENA and Government of UAE for excellent arrangements for this assembly and hospitality extended to me and my delegation. For an island nation like the Maldives, addressing the impacts of climate change and its related issues such as energy and food security are the most pressing challenges that we face today. Unless if we don't take bold actions now, we will not be able to achieve 1.5 degrees safe and sustainable planet for our children. Mr. President, it is our moral responsibility to act now, and I call upon the global community to act now before it is too late. IRENA has been instrumental since its existence in transforming the energy sector. It has done a commendable job in creating awareness and promoting renewable energy. Also, it has done tremendous work in different places. However, we believe that now it's time to move towards in materializing these policies and strategies to bring the necessary transformation to the energy sector in decarbonizing the economies and addressing the defining issues of our time, climate change. We would request that next medium and long-term strategies of this agency could be developed in a way that would bring the real impact on the ground for lives and livelihood of the people and the planet. Friends, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have developed a very ambitious target to achieve our 2030 net zero plan in the Maldives. To date, we have installed a total of 53 megawatts of solar PV hybrid systems in the country. I'm pleased to let you know that more than half of these installations are completed post-COVID-19 in the last 3 years. This was done with the accelerator platform, ETAF. We also look forward to receiving the necessary support from this platform that would accelerate the implementation of our ambitious net zero plan. I wish you all a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. Now give the floor to Sao Tome and Principe. Okay.
We congratulate for this opportunity and thanks for the invitation. Since 2015, the country has decided to implement climate change measures NDC. In terms of energy, clean energy has had a very slow growth compared to thermal. Like hydro, solar, and another, but it is not a success. For the of it is our finest. Lack of it is our finest. On the other hand, because until then, it is not benefit from the budget disclosed in the favor of the island country, like us, during the different COP, the Conference of the Parties, then what is totally more complicated to see, which make a great capacity for funding capacity arise, so we need to qualify human resources to do so. Knowing the purity of this training, for example, we will seek in a way that the implementation unity of the same project later. The Director General of IRENA, this contest the training that our technicians have benefited in last time to the IRENA and another partners still need to strengthen in order to make it more robust and sustainable according the new dynamics of the current SDP government of clean energy from the world part until, for example, charcoal and electricity. In the work of the cooking is a concern in the search of the solution to as the life of the humans, especially most women who have the fallen sick is even dead with this disease of origins inhaled smoke during the cooking for food. In this context, some measures, such as the children's percentage of the butane gas used in kitchens and as well as improved in the efficient stove, are already defined on our plan, which they well-defined and unfortunately miss the financing issues for the implementations. As for the electricity sector, which will depend on the blue economy and the green economy, Some actions with our partner, such as UNIDO, UNDP, CD, ZOC, World Bank, FDB, ISA, and Portugal Environmental Fund, some pilot initiatives are underway to serve as incentive for private sector, such as the constructions of the 2.2 megawatts peak photovoltaic plant of the direct injection in the system, application for rooftop in the public building, in the building of the Director General of the Energy Laboratory and the Minister and the honor of total of the, until today we have around 200 kilowatts. Replacement of the approximately 300,000 LED lamps and micro biomass for power plant also, which we will bring it again for around the 2 megawatts, not be scattered, or Missouri will associate with the respective legal document that prohibits to the entry of the no efficient lamp in the national market, but gradually with the market regulations. So, in the wrap-up, my government is committed that it will do everything to bring this solution to its people so that they can see a better day for all its meeting in national and global of the sustainable goal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Tuvalu, and will be followed by Romania, Jordan, Republic of San Marino, and Gambia. Please, I continue to give this reminder that we should share it so that they can be uploaded on the reports. But just stick to the 3 minutes which is allocated for your presentations. Tuvalu.
Chairman, Excellencies, dignitaries, friends and colleagues, we congratulate Honourable Minister of India for presiding over our business of the Assembly, and we wish you and your team all the success in your leadership and mandates. I wish to thank Director General Francisco La Camera and staff and our kind host, the UAE, for the preparation and arrangements and hospitalities extended to our delegation, and of course to our ongoing work of IRENA. Tuvalu is currently generating 19% of energy from solar systems. Mr. Chairman, collaborations in the energy sector include support from ADB, GEF, Taiwan, recognizing that the climate change challenges it brings to bear on our state's development aspirations. IRENA should continue its valuable facilitation of research and knowledge, data, but also request them to now move to matchmaking of renewable energy technologies and its investments to membership needs and niches, tailored, of course, to the wide range of geographical, cultural, political, and economic structures of our membership. Our IRENA new medium strategy 23-27 should continue to collaborate in building capacities in local membership and seats, especially in facilitating funding proposals for renewable energy investment, as well as accessing resources from partners and investors in an expeditious and streamlined manner. We should work program. Mr. Chairman, the high price of imported fuel to remote islands like Tuvalu means that all renewable sources of ocean energy, wind energy, and solar and biogas are priority considerations in our energy mix moving forward. The most utilized effective renewable energy alternative source in Tuvalu is, of course, solar on rooftops. We may consider delving into floating solar PVs in sheltered lagoons and swamp areas, but such ambition will need strategic financial support. Our major issues in our solar renewables is storage in batteries, and we need partnerships and investors in this aspect. Finally, Mr. Chairman, whilst we do hear some good news on the recovery of the ocean layer, we should continue the momentum for major emitters to enhance and other fossil fuels. Furthermore, we must continue to greening our world, which is drying up quickly. We hope that all participants coming to Dubai to each plant a tree during their time in Dubai. That is our suggestion for COP28. This may be replicated in future COPs, including ARENA. Tuvalu has its own Rising Nation initiative to ensure that we preserve our sovereignty, culture, and our coordinates in Pacific Ocean in the midst of existential challenge from sea level rise. The RNI confirms to the world that we are participating through actions, taking up our own initiatives to save ourselves. Thank you. Shukran. Raftailas. Tuvalu Mutiatu.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Romania, you have the floor. Romania, it looks like they've left. I now invite Jordan.
In the name of God, all merciful, all compassionate, Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to express on behalf of the government of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Jordanian delegation to express my gratitude to the United Arab Emirates for its for hosting IRENA and hosting this meeting. I'd like to congratulate Salvador and also to congratulate India for its presidency and to thank IRENA for after we've put COVID behind us, this pandemic that has impacted the whole world and led and impacted economy and social life as well as energy. The developments around the world and in the Arab region in the field of renewable energies is pioneering and exemplary and is based on the cooperation between public and private sectors. There's no doubt that moving towards green energy is a reality of our daily life. And we can see that from the recommendations of Climate Summit and international commitments to reduce emissions using all means necessary, including renewable energies. We the cost of renewable energies in the region and the increased demand, global demand, in order to reduce emissions to reach net zero. Jordan has started developing a roadmap to clarify the steps that need to be taken to produce green hydrogen. Several MOUs have been signed for this purpose. Jordan aims to become a regional hub for the production and export of green energy, whether electrical energy or green hydrogen. And we find that it is prime time for all countries to cooperate to solve the energy challenge. One of the steps could be connecting the whole world to one electrical grid, starting with the countries north and south of the Mediterranean. current grids and to build on them step by step to involve all the countries in the region and then globally. Jordan has taken great steps in the field of renewable energies. Today, the production of electricity from renewable energy is 29%. For the interest of time, thank you very much, and I wish you all success.
Thank you, Jordan. I now give the floor to the Republic of San Marino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a great privilege for me to take part in this 13th session of Assembly IRENA, and it is at the same time a great honor to be able to participate for the first time in presence on his appointment as President of this Assembly. I would also like to thank Mr. Director General Francesco La Camera for the work he carries out through his mandate. The Republic of San Marino has long since started its journey toward energy transition, a priority that can no longer be postponed. This process is affecting all countries internationally, and it is a central issue all around the world. Indeed, the whole world is now focusing on developing and investing in renewable energy, even though fossil fuels still account for more than 80% of global energy consumption today. However, the energy transition to operate with low-carbon energy sources, but it is also about promoting an ecological consciousness that, through virtuous habits, can create a society capable of working to combat climate change and consequently protect the environment. Mr. President, even San Marino has seized this opportunity, working to accelerate the transition to a cleaner, fairer, and more resilient energy system by implementing the use of renewable energy, adopting energy-saving techniques, and identify a sustainable development. Our territorial conformation is mainly compatible with photovoltaic plants and less so with another type of renewable energy such as wind, hydro, and geothermal energy. For this reason, San Marino should mainly focus its interventions on this type of energy. There are a lot of initiatives underway on In addition, with this participation in IRENA, we want to continue to benefit from a great and fundamental resource such as multilateral cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Grazie mille.
Thank you very much, the Republic of San Marino. I now give the floor to Gambia.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to India on her appointment as President and all the countries elected Vice President of the 13th session of the Assembly. Please allow me to thank the DG of IRENA and the staff for the wonderful organization of the meeting, and I also thank the people of the UAE for the hospitality and the warm welcome accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in Abu Dhabi. As we gather here for this work to do for the promotion and development of renewable energy. Energy access, energy security, high energy costs, and climate change all remain major global challenges, as we have witnessed during the past year. Interestingly, renewable energy, which is available in all these countries, is a common vehicle to deliver solutions to all these major global challenges. As renewable energy resources are abundantly available globally, it is therefore our responsibility as decision makers, investors, and technology providers to do all that is necessary for the mobilization to make the energy transition accelerated and real. We need action now, particularly in investment, to be able to provide sustainable energy for all by 2030 and also protect the environment from devastating impact of climate change. Back home in the Gambia, we're also doing our little bit in the energy. Gambia's electricity supply system. The Gambia, with support from development partners, have developed the electricity roadmap in 2021. The roadmap, which outlines the investment requirements of the electricity subsector in terms of both power generation and transmission and distribution, seeks to achieve universal electrification, integrate more variable renewable into the grid, and explore least cost power generation. As part of our implementation of the roadmap, I'm pleased to inform this gathering that on the 21st of this month, the President of the Republic is laying the foundation stone of the country's first utility scale power PV plant for 23 megawatts with battery storage system. This is a very significant project for the country, and it will enhance the country's electricity generation mix and contribute to the attainment of the Gambia's nationally determined contribution. We are very much aware that ongoing grid extension would and categorized for off-grid renewable energy. For the Gambia, the race is against 2025 for universal electrification and sustainable energy for all. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate the commitment of the government of the Gambia to the promotion and upscaling of renewable energy deployment as part of the country's energy transition. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Gambia. May I have your attention? We still have 50 more statements to be made, and the Secretariat has informed me that if due to prior commitments, you are unable to make your presentation, these can be submitted to the Secretariat's desk and considered as part of the official record of the Assembly. In that order, I now give the floor to Bahrain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We, the Kingdom of Bahrain, join the global community in the strong belief that climate change is a challenge that demands significant collective and immediate action if we want to make our planet inhabitable for future generations. With this in mind, and since the last Assembly in January 2022, the Kingdom of Bahrain has continued to remain focused and committed to reach net zero by 2060, with an interim goal to reduce carbon emissions 30% by 2035, as announced by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince in COP26. Bahrain has also made significant progress towards the achievement of the endorsed national renewable energy and energy efficiency targets. It's also important to note that in 2020, identified number of sectors as important economic streams, and the renewable energy sector is a key contributor to these tributaries. In a more particular scope, the Kingdom of Bahrain has embarked on a number of initiatives which would achieve emissions reduction through increased investments in renewable energy, despite the geographical challenges, specifically limitations of land availability in the Kingdom. Bahrain has also shared in the recent COP27 that the set yearly targets to quadruple the mangrove trees by 2035 and the target to increase the trees coverage by 140,000 in 2022 was achieved by 107%. During the past year, Bahrain has also increased the renewable energy contribution by 40% in comparison to what has been installed in 2021. This achievement was made possible through the support of the leadership in leading a number of initiatives, such as integrating example, has significantly supported the uptake of renewable energy in the private sector. This has particularly reflected on a very important pillar, the finance pillar. The financial services sector has seen unprecedented offerings of solutions and services designed specifically to support the accelerated shift towards renewable energy in Bahrain. We are also making significant strides in implementing several key policy frameworks and tools to enable further achievements in the sector, namely the Renewable Energy Certificate Policies and Platform, and National Electric Vehicles and Sustainable Mobility Adaptation Strategy. To reflect the accomplishments made on the national roadmap towards the achievement 2060 target of carbon neutrality and 2035 interim targets, we've initiated work on revising the National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Action Plans, and we look forward to sharing the progress with the Assembly next year. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Bahrain.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Ministers, dear participants, all protocols observed. It's a real pleasure for me to be here as part of the 13th General Assembly of IRENA and to taking part on such a relevant general subject, but never more topical than before, the world energy transition. I would straight away like to extend my gratitude to the organizers, IRENA and the United Arab Emirates, who rendered the convening of this assembly possible, and it is offered us to make an assessment of progress as regards energy transition in every country. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that renewable energy is very much has pride of place in the politics of a country, given energy sourcing. Essential that we design a sustainable energy policy, and therefore renewable energy is really a crucial issue for a country. And Djibouti had a satisfactory track record in wind and solar, and we will be translating these projects in reality, and demonstrates upstream our commitment with the rise to 220 and 225, and renewable energy is enabling us to pursue several objectives, increasing electrification to meet the needs of our population, the diversification of our sources, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, energy security, and achieving energy sovereignty. Nevertheless, that it will be there's an imperious need to implement Nevertheless, it should be noted that the energy transition process means we have to have transfers of technology, and we must ensure that the electricity network is not destabilized by intermittent. That is why we're going to think about finding long-lasting, sustainable solutions, and we're going to put into place a cooperation process between states and ensure it is a fair and just process, and Djibouti commits to contributing the world's effort against climate change and by developing by its renewable energy potential, which is significant, ensure it is accessible to all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Djibouti. I now give the floor to Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr.
gracious hospitality and generous support of the Seychelles delegation. I also wish to congratulate India on the country's appointment as president of this 13th Assembly, as well as the incoming members of the Bureau. I also acknowledge the exemplary work of the Director General and the Secretariat of IRENA. It is a pleasure for my delegation to be here in Abu Dhabi to exchange views with the other decision makers at this session of the IRENA Assembly held under the banner of Energy Transition, the Global Stocktake. The theme of this session focuses our attention on the relevance of the work that we are doing under the auspices of IRENA for climate mitigation and emphasizes the gains that can be made for the global environment if we all work in the same direction with a high level of commitment. My delegation is very encouraged by the reports of significant progress made by large emitting countries as well as SIDS in increasing renewable by the sheer volume of work from all our countries that all our countries are doing at the present time would give us good reason to remain positive about the future. More than ever, we need to commit to the 1.5-degree target, for which we believe the work that is being done in the field of renewables and low-carbon economy would be critical. We are also very encouraged by the commitments from the UAE, the chair of COP28, to work hard for real results at this very important global event. Success, we know, would not only depend on the chair, but on how responsible each country feels towards this global crisis. We take this opportunity today to call for unity and renewed ambition for climate from all entities assembled here, and indeed from every nation of the world, such that the goals for limiting global warming can once again be within our grasp. Success would also depend on how much countries, especially developing countries, can actually do on the ground. The new energy needs of countries' transition ambitions. Mr. President, as a member of IRENA, Seychelles is committed to reducing our dependence on imported fossil fuel through the scaling up of the renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. Through support of IRENA and other partners, namely Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, we have met our 2020 renewable energy target of 5%, and we are confident that with the current outlook, we will achieve and most likely exceed our 2030 target of 15%. The threat of climate change is the driving force that motivates us and pushes us, small island states like us, to become resilient. Seychelles continues to work on transitioning its energy sector by accelerating the deployment of renewable energy, adoption of efficiency measures, and phasing out of refrigerant with high global warming potential. An upcoming 5-megawatt floating IPP project and new planned solar PV plants serving the second and third populated islands at more than 30% would help us move forward at speed and cement the sector. We are grateful for the support from partners. Seychelles, as a seed, has limited land, therefore our pursuit for low-carbon transition has to be innovative and creative, but we have a vast ocean and we believe that ways must be found to develop and implement more renewable energy in this space. Like us, seeds could benefit more from research and application of marine technologies, which in turn would help create the opportunity for transition. To end, Seychelles recognizes the special role of IRENA in the global transition to low carbon. The agency's medium-term strategy demands our full attention, and we need to engage fully in its implementation. We take this opportunity to thank all partners for their contributions and support for IRENA and their respective effort to address the climate challenge. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Seychelles. Belize, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government of Belize, I extend greetings to everyone and express our deepest gratitude Ladies and gentlemen, the climate emergency that we are experiencing has become an existential threat to my nation, Belize. Climate change has brought prolonged drought affecting our water resources and increased severity and frequency of storms that damage our islands, coastlines, and infrastructure. Action is now urgently required to mitigate the impact of climate change by reducing emissions and adopting sustainable and rational use of energy and natural resources. The close relationship between climate change and energy makes the energy sector one of the key areas for intervention in combating the adverse impacts of climate change in Belize. We are consistently working towards transforming our energy sector by integrating new sustainable renewable sources of energy into our energy mix to reduce the country's dependency on imported fossil fuels and to increase our energy security and make energy more affordable and accessible to our people. In the pursuit of this objective, Belize has commenced its program of establishing I pause to recognize and thank our host country of the United Arab Emirates, as they have been instrumental in assisting Belize in developing a microgrid which serves 3 villages in the hinterlands, and for assisting us with the roadmap on how to develop future microgrids. At COP27, Belize announced that it would avoid 44 kilotons of CO2 in the national electricity supply by 2030 and achieve 70% gross generation of electricity from renewable energy sources by 2030. We aim to achieve this by strategic investments in solar, biomass, and hydro. Los acontecimientos mundiales, pandemias, guerras, desastres naturales, alza y baja de economías mundiales hacen cada vez más difícil intentar de llegar a las metas de no depender de la energía fósil. Los precios cada vez son más altos y la ayuda se hace más difícil para países pequeños.
It makes us move further away. We need the help of Iran and the countries that are advanced on the renewal and energy renewal, so that small countries such as Belize, countries of Latin America and of the Caribbean, will be able to move in a much quicker way in this transition towards renewable energy.
We will need continued support from our international and development partners, and we'll also need access to more flexible finance. Improving the regulatory framework of the sector is also important to achieving our goals, and 2023 is the year when Belize will develop legislation and mechanisms to integrate distributed generation into the national grid. In order to respond to these challenges, the exchange of good practices among member states and the use of expertise in order to develop solutions is critical. In this regard, I would like to recognize the significant contributions of Irena to address this assembly on behalf of the government and people of Belize. Thank you.
Thank you, Belize. Iraq, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Your Excellency, Director General, distinguished delegates, peace and blessings be upon you all. At the outset, I would like to extend gratitude and congratulations to India for its presidency of the 13th session. Deep thanks also to United Arab Emirates for the warm hospitality and organization of the proceedings of this session. We are pleased and privileged to represent our delegation in the 13th of the international partnership that is assessing the global situation of energy and working on achieving international objectives in terms of energy and the use of renewables. Our government is creating innovative and sustainable solutions, providing smooth energy transition, moving away from traditional to renewable sources, which would respond to the increased use of energy in Iraq and achieve energy efficiency, energy security, and increase its flexibility in combating climate change and its implications. And this would guarantee positive results in achieving our national sustainable development goals. and the 2030 agenda in Iraq. In this regard, the successive Iraqi governments took serious steps to estimate or evaluate the situation the world market needs. It would be voted soon by the parliament. Second, financing. In line with our international pledges to reduce emissions and to be committed to Paris Agreement, the Central Bank of Iraq encourages the use of energy from renewable sources by providing concessional loans to purchase solar plants, whether for household use or commercial and service purposes. Third, investment. The Iraqi government opened the doors for investments in solar energy. It signed during 21-22 with a number of world companies to build a number of solar plants. We signed with Masdar to build 5 plants in 5 Iraqi cities and from 2020 to 2030 aim to reach electricity from solar energy that reached 10 gigawatt. Lately, we opened the first unit for the use of hydrogen. This is the first step to produce green hydrogen in Iraq. I would stick to the time limit, and I will send the full statement of the Iraqi government to the Secretariat. Thank you so much for your attentive listening.
To Iraq, I now invite Morocco to take the floor.
السيد رئيس وكالة دولية للطاقات المتجددة.
Excellency, Director General of IRENA, parliamentarians, observers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great pleasure and privilege to attend in person this eminent event that focuses on the use of clean energy in the world that would help and benefit the coming generations. Alerts in the reports of experts since 80s and 90s are giving us alarming signs that we need to shift to clean energy. We are facing direct impacts of the climate changes such as droughts, desertification, sandstorms, floods, and other implications, in addition to snowstorms, the rising levels of seas and oceans that are threatening seashores. Amidst these crises and circumstances that are alarming to countries, we are requested to double our efforts and to contribute, being parliamentarians, government officials, observers, and policy makers, to reduce the causes of these phenomena and deal with their ramifications and implications. Ladies and gentlemen, very concisely the experience of the Kingdom of Morocco in this regard. Morocco in the last decade adopted a number of strategic plans towards energy transition that depends on clean energy. We have established one of the largest solar plants in the world and a number of projects in Morocco that are now covering most of the needs of our communities. Morocco also designed a roadmap for the production of green hydrogen and its byproducts. It's one of the leading and pioneering countries in this regard. Our new initiative or vision is based on 100 legislative steps to enhance the use of clean energy in farming, transport, lighting, heating, others, and a number of activities irrigation system. We raise the awareness of farmers and peasants in this way. In the field of transport, Morocco banned the importation of cars that are 5 years old in order to reduce carbon emissions. Morocco also adopted a program of renewing old cards and providing public loans and modernizing trucks, pickup trucks that are 20 years old, and the modernization of pickups and stop using old cars. And Morocco also is adopting plans Morocco is aiming at reducing the cost of the use of energy. Morocco is putting in place plans and steps to build an infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, and to mobilize financial resources for the use of green hydrogen. In conclusion, we welcome any partner that would like to benefit from our experience in the use of green hydrogen. We are aiming at achieving sustainable development and making the shift to energy transition smoothly. Thank you.
Eswatini.
Irina, Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. I am greatly honored to represent the Kingdom of Eswatini in this auspicious occasion, and allow me to congratulate the Irina Director General for the successful hosting of this 13th Irina Assembly. Energy transition is indeed an important topic for discussion, as this is the right path to assist countries increase penetration of renewable energy and reduce carbon emissions as we work towards ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Distinguished delegates, the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini has embarked on a journey to improve its policy framework and has developed the independent power producer policy in 2016 and subsequently reviewed its national energy policy in 2018. The aim of these policies is to reliance on energy imports. In 2018, Eswatini realized the fruition of its energy planning policy, the Eswatini Energy Master Plan 2034, and we are grateful to IRENA for the impartation of the long energy planning skills and capacity building. The support included modeling supply and demand scenarios using systems planning tool, SPLAT, a tool that is utilized in the development of the African Continental Power Systems Master Plan. To date, Eswatini is utilizing the same tools and skills in updating the Energy Master Plan, extending it to 2050 with the objective of energy transitioning, working towards the net zero 2050 target, and accessing untapped potential from domestic renewable energy sources. Distinguished delegates, we are happy to mention that the 2034 Energy Master Plan informed our short-term generation expansion plan, which in turn informed the procurement of new power generation capacity of 75 megawatts solar PV and 40 megawatts biopower plants from independent power producers through a competitive bidding process. The procurement of solar PV is at contract award stage, while the procurement of the biomass is at request for proposal stage. Eswatini has also successfully implemented the first utility-scale solar PV plant
rated at 10 megawatts with a 1 megawatt hour battery storage system. We are also developing the small-scale embedded generation regulatory framework and wheeling framework aimed at ensuring that the private sector plays a meaningful role in the electricity supply sector. In addition, many grid guidelines have been developed aimed at guiding the deployment of off-grid systems in Eswatini. I will highlight that Eswatini has to a reasonable extent developed its policies and strategies on renewable energy and has bankable feasibility studies in place for some renewable energy sources such as hydropower expansion, and we are at a stage of seeking funding to implement the project. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, allow me to express our gratitude to IRENA for their continued support towards the development of the energy sector in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We are looking forward to more fruitful collaborations with IRENA. May I wish everyone fruitful deliberations in this very important gathering. I thank you all.
Thank you, Eswatini. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a request from China, who are supposed to catch a flight shortly in Dubai. So
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm very pleased to participate this Congress. On behalf of Chinese government, I thank the organizers for your careful organization, and I congratulate the great achievements of the IRENA. China's attach importance to the development of carbon transformation for energy, and vigorously promote the rapid development of renewable energy and actively respond to global climate change. In terms of scale of renewable energy, by the end of 2022, the installed capacity of renewables in China reached effectively guarantee the energy supply. China has also significantly reduced emission. China has stable manufacturing capacities of 1 million kilowatts of water turbines and large capacity full range wind turbines. 7 megawatts offshore wind turbines have been applied in wind farms. 10 megawatts offshore wind turbine have also put into operation in batches. In terms of cost of renewable energy, in the past 10 years, the cost of onshore wind power and PV power generation in China has dropped by 30%, and in terms of US dollars, China has provided 140 million kilowatts of equipment for countries outside China. On this basis, China Enterprises Cooperative System Planning supporting development and full life cycle services. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is necessary for all human beings. Ensuring energy security, accelerating global energy green transformation. In October last year, the 20th National Congress building a new development pattern. next step, China will focus on promoting the realization of its goal. And we very much hope, and we are also willing to rely on the International Renewable Energy Agency and other partnership to share experience and practical cooperation with member states to jointly promote green and low carbon energy development. And we hope everybody have a wonderful Chinese New Year experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, China. I now give the floor to Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Chair. PNG is honored to have it. Thank you to Arena and its assembly members for welcoming PNG. We are in the beginning of the 7th year of implementation of the Paris Agreement 2015 since its legal entry came into force. It is also an exciting period in our lifetime as we recover from the global pandemic, deal with emerging global conflicts, and continue to face the global impacts of climate change and energy security. Most ARENA members have spoken and outlined their energy implementation, progress, success, challenges, and PNG is no different. Key similarities from our collective journey in the renewable energy space includes all the challenges that have been raised by many countries, including the small island development states. What is the importance of global stock take on us as a country? It is about assessment, being realistic, being practical, and changing the approach of implementing our NDCs beyond this global stock take. PNG has always struggled with implementation because we continue to be compromised in our efforts to reach our targets, and we wish to narrow down on two key factors. First one is accessibility. More than 80% of our people live in rural communities. For them to embrace transition, they need to access affordability and scalability technology that cannot be deployed to us. If we are to shift away from a renewable energy source or technology, it must be immediately replaced by accessible and affordable technology that is also user-friendly. Secondly, is a realistic approach to addressing 75% of global emissions caused by fossil fuel, now intertwined amongst energy security issues. The energy sector priorities of our second NDC will not move without the support of the global community in really finding a practical solution. We have observed from our 6-year progress in PNG that having a legal framework, various energy policies and regulations are not enough to ramp up actions and move us away from every reliance on fossil fuel. Complementary action is what we need from our global partners. They should be obligated to act so countries will accommodate the energy transition only in the context of business operations and investment. The commencement of the global stock take under ARENA should be an opportunity embraced by all members to be innovative, and for PNG, it's time we include the private sector. We need to understand something about energy transition. It will never be successful in any country without the role of the private sector being accountable for their own actions. For PNG recently, we have been under the mercy of energy security challenges posed by the fossil fuel industry, and now it gives us an opportunity to call for a global reform. We are calling on all the ARENA members, ARENA, areas of technology, operations, infrastructure, and carbon markets. New and updated NDCs must contain sections under NDCs where fossil fuel industries account for the actions. We need the private sector and their financing, while governments establish the enabling policies and legal framework to enable energy transition in the fuel industry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Guinea. I now invite Teki to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First, I would like to express our pleasure to be here with you at the IRENA 13th General Assembly meeting. IRENA is a very significant organization with its activities in the field of renewable energy, energy transition. In this regard, this gathering is very important. Turkey's energy strategies and policies are based on the principles of ensuring energy supply effective and environmental friendly power to the consumers with the mission of making the highest contribution to the welfare of our country by using our energy sources in an efficient and environmental friendly manner. In this context, significant investments were realized in our domestic and renewable power capacity, especially in the last decade. Within those investments, our installed power capacity exceeded 105 gigawatt by the end of 2022, and around 54% of this capacity consists of renewable energy sources. With these figures, Turkey ranks 5th in Europe and 12th in the world. According to our very recently published National Energy Plan, which covers projections until 2035, considering our objective of net zero emissions by 2053, installed capacity will be 65%. Regarding green energy investments, supporting mechanisms and investment programs have been implemented. For instance, renewable energy resource areas investment model was implemented in order to ensure efficient and effective use of renewable energy sources by establishing large-scale renewable energy zones in selected areas. Around 6 gigawatt sized competitions in total have been held so far, 3 gigawatt of which is based on wind energy. In the next period, new wind power plant competitions are aimed to be held. With the models we have implemented, a strong solar energy ecosystem has been established with its R&D, production, and diffusion. It includes the first and only integrated PV module production facility I'd like to emphasize that to be able to continue with our energy transition policies and secure our energy supply, we need new investments in this regard. New finance supporting models by the international finance institutions, cooperation on new technologies are very crucial. We need to mobilize these sources and collaborate on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tekie. I now give the floor to Georgia and will be followed by Poland and El Salvador in that order. Georgia, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to participate in the 13th season of the Assembly of International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, which is a global platform giving the opportunity for the diverse transition utmost importance for the international society. Due to the pandemic situation echoed by COVID-19 and ongoing geopolitical tensions, the situation became challenging. The international best practice shows that sustainable development and transition to sustainable energy is a step towards to a low-emission economy, as it's about using energy wisely and using energy generated from clean energy sources and technologies. However, sustainable energy development is not only renewable energy utilization. It is synergies between energy efficiency, renewable energy, and policy development, which requires availability of resources, proper investment, strong political will, and cooperation among various actors as within country as well as regionally. Acknowledging the advantage of Georgia being a country that is located on the crossroads of Europe and Asia, we are sharing the best practice of both regions. The energy sector of Georgia is an active phase of development. Our aim is full and energy demand to overcome the winter deficit and to decrease the dependence on imported energy sources. We are developing additional generation units. Currently, in total, 202 renewable new energy projects are on different stages of development. I would like to highlight our Ministry's last initiative, namely establishment of Hydrogen Committee, which was established on 28th of July 2022. The main goals of committee are supporting development of the national hydrogen strategy, developing the roadmap for hydrogen national strategy, supporting an increase of renewable electricity capacities for hydrogen production. In parallel with increasing generation units, energy infrastructure is in active development. We elaborated the 10 years network development plans for 2022-2023. This is a strategic plan for development of stable, reliable, of renewable energy sources into the network and facilitate power exchange with neighboring countries. Together with development of all mentioned projects, generation units and network development plan, approximately 2.53 billion euro will be invested in Georgia energy sector within next 10 years. Alongside with the development of investment projects on renewable energy, we are actively working on advancing our national legislation. Currently, national energy policy and energy and climate intervention plan are being drafted. Later, we will set the targets for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and greenhouse gas emission reduction for 2013. Also, we are transporting a recast of renewable energy directive to our renewable energy law to speed up promotion of renewable energy. According to the draft National Energy and Climate Plan of Georgia, total share of energy development in Georgia is promoting sustainable energy development and will respond to sustainable development goals in the future. Hopefully, our effort will lead toward the structural shifts needed to fulfill the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and ultimately benefit future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Georgia. Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by thanking the Director General, Mr. Francesco La Camera, and in particular our host, the United Arab Emirates, for their very kind hospitality. Starting with first a few comments on the work of the agency, I want to underline our broad support for the medium-term strategy 2023-2025. Energy transition outlook for the European Union to focus not only on electricity generation, where we have plenty of projects, but also to look into the more difficult areas like developing new technologies that we need for improving energy storage, grids, allocating more resources to those areas, and possibly changes in legislation. Similarly, other similar challenges in producing heat from renewable sources and how to use more renewables in transport. As was underlined by many speakers before me, the use of gas as a weapon by Russia and its invasion of Ukraine has changed the way we looked at our own energy transition. And we've been working in Poland and reducing the role of gas the role of gas as a transition fuel, which means inter alia increasing this development of renewables. Let me make a few remarks on that point to show how quickly things are changing in Poland. At the end of November last year, we had about 22 gigawatts. That is 3 times what we had in 2015. It is above all connected with very strong development of photovoltaics, where with about 12 gigawatts of installed capacity, and onshore wind with 8 gigawatts. But we have also very ambitious plans in developing offshore energy, and the ambition to be here the leader in the Baltic region. We have seen tremendous 12 in 2022. At the same time, we are working on improving our national strategy, updating our strategy for the development of renewables in our energy system by 2040, looking at increasing our ambitions in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poland. I give the floor to El Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the government of El Salvador, I'm very happy to participate in this 13th Assembly of IRENA. We'd like to congratulate India as they're becoming the president, and we wish them every success. In the same way, we'd like to reiterate our total support to the future initiatives that are going to be developed. We'd also like to thank the General Director for his report. I'd also like to express my gratitude to exchange of experiences in policies, technologies, resources, and knowledge on renewable energies. This has contributed and helped that countries to adjust their strategies and actions to use clean energies and therefore continue to move forward towards a sustainable energy transition. Under the leadership of our president of our republic, we have made important steps forward because we have stopped importing so much energy. Now we are exporting it. This is because of what our government has done, because they have betted on using clean energy, using resources properly, natural policies and efficiency. We recognize the importance of renewable energies as a fundamental factor that is of key importance to fight climate change and to limit its the worst effects that it can have. Therefore, we're betting on using renewable energies and consolidating them in more than 80%. Geothermics is our main clean energy, and it's through geothermics that we've been able to position ourselves as a world place, as one of the countries that take advantage of this renewable energy to produce electricity, of which a fourth of all of our energy is produced in this way. Therefore, we reaffirm the commitment of El Salvador to work together with IRENA in geothermics in the region and in the world. Our country is willing to give technical support to other countries for the development of their projects. Mr. Chairman, El Salvador is proud of the project that we have been able to make in this field, geothermics, which is very important for our future. And we hope to intensify our commitment with the members of the agency and have even more cooperation with the United Arab Nations. We would like to also continue to give our support to all of the groups of IRENA that want to promote the use of renewable energies to move towards sustainable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, El Salvador. I now give the floor to Qatar.
In the name of God, O merciful, compassionate, Your Excellency Francesco La Camera, Director General of IRENA, it gives me great pleasure to express my gratitude to the Director and the Secretariat of IRENA for their invitation and for the excellent preparation for this important assembly. We meet today under circumstances of instability and crises and grave challenges that the world is facing that has led to the increase in global demand on energy. At the same time, several countries are facing natural disasters due to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, given this insecure and unstable situation that is not conducive to development and transition to renewable energy, the state of Qatar, based on its Vision 2030 and the wise directives of His Royal Highness is able to achieve sustainable development and developing a diverse economy that will reduce its dependence on carbon. The state of Qatar did not spare any efforts in implementing several major projects in the field of infrastructure, starting from the Doha Metro, using electrical power and the use of electrical buses. This has contributed to the organization of the first World Cup that is carbon neutral, the World Cup 2022. We have also used solar energy to light the fields and contributing through the project of Kharsa that contributes of cooling that are energy saving that we use for agriculture during the summer. And this has a great impact and is beneficial to society. We have on another level, we are working on building a factory at a cost of $1 billion to produce blue ammonia with a productivity of 1.2 million tons annually, which is a main pillar for sustainability and transition to low-carbon energy. And Qatar is also aiming at sequestration and of carbon to an estimated 11 million tons of CO2 by 2035. The state of Qatar has also launched the Qatar National Strategy for Environment and Climate Change that aims at reducing carbon emissions in implementing programs and plans of sustainable development that has led to positive results and positively impacted the capacity of the state to diversify its energy sources and to transform current climate situation or climate challenges to real opportunities for investment and development. That enable Qatar to meet its international commitments to face climate change. Qatar has also supported developing countries that were impacted by climate change through contributing $100 million to support SIDS and underdeveloped countries. It has also provided support of $25 million to Pakistan to face climate change. Take immediate steps to face this phenomena. In conclusion, I hope that this assembly will come up with positive results that meet our ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Qatar. I now invite Bangladesh to take the floor.
Mr. Chair, all protocols observed. Good evening. At the outset, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Arka Singh on his assumption as President of this session, as well as all distinguished Vice Presidents on their respective elections. I assure Mr. President of Bangladesh delegation's full support and cooperation in his steering the session a success. My delegation would like to express sincere appreciation to Director General and his team for excellent preparations for holding this session smoothly. Our heartfelt thanks to the government of the UAE for their warm hospitality and support being extended to the delegates. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh is striving hard to realize its vision to become a high-income, smart country by 2041, as envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, to achieve sustainable growth and development by way of mitigating climate change impact over the next 2 decades, demands our country, which is very susceptible to climate change, to scale up the share of renewables in the energy mix. To this end, Power Sector Master Plan was first developed in 2010, which envisaged the country's electricity generation capacity of 34 gigawatt, now revised as 40 gigawatt by 2030. And the nuclear and renewable energy will account for over 10% of the total demand for electricity. At COP26, the Honorable Prime Minister expressed the hope that Bangladesh would meet 40% of its electricity demand from renewable sources by 2041. To achieve this target, Bangladesh is currently working on Integrated Energy and Power Master Plan, Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, and Solar Energy Roadmap. Distinguished delegates, given limited renewable resources, Bangladesh has made all-out efforts to scale up renewable energy in the fulfillment of a commitment articulated by way of SDG 7 and the Paris Climate Agreement, as well as their interlinkages with SDG 9 and SDG 13. I am pleased to note that currently 100 1.5 gigawatt, comprising generations from solar, which is 70%, hydro, wind, biogas, and biomass. Another 2.4 gigawatt of nuclear electricity is going to be added to this mix soon. Furthermore, country's first utility-scale wind power plant is going to be commissioned this year. 85,000 biogas plants have already introduced in the system. Most importantly, by engaging private sector generation companies with national and international financing, Bangladesh is in the process of installing around 2.4 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity. Distinguished delegates, Bangladesh, being a highly densely populated country, could not provide enough land required for setting up many utility-scale power plants because of competing demand of land for agriculture and other uses. Thus, potential of floating solar technology is being explored. While the country has guideline has been in place to incentivize rooftop solar power, resulting in additional installed capacity of 53.24 megawatt of electricity. We expect around 500 megawatt of capacity to be added from rooftop solar in a couple of years. However, for larger scale renewable power generation, we are eyeing on sea space for the development of offshore wind power and ocean energy, while green hydrogen option and the option for importation of renewable energy through sub-regional process under serious discussion. The financing of such energy transition, as well as the acquisition of new technology, is a serious challenge for Bangladesh. In addition, due attention needs to be given to the topography and national priorities of individual member states, including Bangladesh, in assisting these countries in the development of their national energy transition policies and planning. While effective collaboration and cooperation for these countries to reap benefits from the potentials of all sources of renewable energy, with particular focus on offshore wind, floating solar, and ocean energy. Mr. Chair, I wish to take this opportunity to again congratulate the United Arab Emirates on their hosting of COP28 at the end of this year. Bangladesh looks forward to a successful conference while assuring the UAE of Bangladesh's full cooperation and support. In conclusion, my delegation is appreciative of the existing cooperation between Bangladesh and IRENA. Bangladesh reiterates its commitment to the work of agency and to the Paris Climate Agreement, as well as to the multilateralism and its processes, as it is an important pillar of its foreign policy. I thank you for your attention, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bangladesh. We'll now my apologies.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
My apologies. Algeria, we'll have Ukraine first before Algeria. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Excellencies, esteemed delegations, I would like to start by thanking Director General Francesco Camera and his tireless team from the IRENA Secretariat for the excellent organization of the Assembly. Our congrats and best wishes to India on being elected as the President of the 13th session of IRENA Assembly. Let me also thank the UAE government for traditional warm welcome and hospitality. Ukraine, as a responsible member of the IRENA family, is committed to the vision, goals and principles of the IRENA Statute, where sustainability, green energy and environmental protection are the major factors identifying our future, our common future. Of the renewable electricity sector in Ukraine increased by 18%. Last decade, 9.8 gigawatts of capacities generating electricity from the renewable sources were launched in Ukraine. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to draw the attention of the distinguished representatives that Ukraine faces a critical situation with the implementation and further prospects for developing renewable energy. After Russia started its unjust and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine with massive missile strikes and drone attacks on the energy infrastructure, they are facing a dramatic decrease in renewable capacity. Ukraine's relentless efforts over the last decade were destroyed by Russian military aggression over the 11 months of the war. As we are gathered here to discuss our sustainable future, energy efficiency, Russia is now, as we speak, deliberately attacks energy infrastructure in Ukraine. The entire territory of Ukraine is under the threat of massive Russian missile attack right now. Again, blackouts, again, no electricity, no heating, no water supply. In this regard, we propose to include in further program documents the assessment of information regarding the destruction of Ukrainian energy infrastructure and how it affects global energy security and food systems. In the context of assessment of the damage to energy infrastructure and need for restoration, we recognize the role of REMAP initiative on country's energy outlook, which Ukraine joined and looks forward to starting the relevant work. As President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky said, the infrastructure damaged by Russia will not stop Ukraine from developing, reimagining and renewing European energy cycle based on modern green energy. The adoption of modern and green energy in Ukraine, employing renewable energy sources, will significantly strengthen the resilience and protect from any possible aggressive ambitions of Russia against Ukrainian and European energy sector. Building an efficient and resilient energy infrastructure is our priority, and as we learned, it is a security priority. The reform of Ukrainian energy sector will facilitate the approximation of the Ukrainian legislation to the European Union. Ukraine and ARENA's cooperation on this track may set a good example and serve as best practices for other members to follow in the future. Before concluding, let me suggest that we are all on the same page when it comes to using the correct terminology and right wording in our official program documents. There is no Ukraine crisis or crisis in Ukraine. It is a Russian war against in the Ukrainian soil. There is the Russian war against Ukraine, Russian military aggression, Russian invasion of Ukraine. So let us not shy away from calling a spade a spade. Let me also reiterate my appreciation to Director General Francesco Camera for his leadership and the IRENA Secretariat for the outstanding work. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ukraine. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have an imminent constraint that interpretation will stop at 7:45. And to that end, may I request for your concurrence that we allow countries that require interpretation to present first, and then we'll continue with those that will make their presentations in English. We have Algeria, we have Paraguay, and may I also ask those that are presenting to restrict your presentations to 2 minutes each, especially those that will require interpretation, so that you all are able to present before interpretation stops. Thank you. I now invite Algeria to make their statement.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Algeria is keen to adapt its policies in developing renewable energy and energy efficiency in tandem with the international context and in response to the increased local need for energy. This depends on a voluntary policy to achieve sustainable development and clean energy. Preserve climate and combat global warming, and also in tandem with its international pledges when it comes to its responsibilities towards achieving renewable energy and reduce the effects of emissions. This cannot be done solely. We need to take into consideration with the national policies and energy plans. Algeria adopts an energy policy and to adopt more diversified sources of clean energy that are cost-effective and cleaner, foremost among which is clean energy, solar energy, with a total capacity of 128 megawatts. Starting as of 2011, we built 1.1 megawatt capacity. We established the first wind energy plant and a hybrid gas and solar energy plant with 150 megawatts. From 2014 until 2017, we established 22 plants with the help of solar gas company. We launched hybrid projects, and we operated the plants in 2021-2022. Algeria has huge potential of solar energy. That's why Algeria exported more than 15 gigawatts of renewables that will be operated by solar gas company before the end of this decade. In this regard, we call upon investors that are interested in this ambitious project the development of self-consumption in the remote areas and tapping the potential of Algeria in renewables to empower Algeria to play a regional international role in this regard. The government adopted and ratified the roadmap for clean energy in Algeria that will be put in place soon, in addition to other pilot projects in green hydrogen by solar gas company. Mr. Chairman, today we are facing an imminent urgency to find concrete solutions to tackle investment hurdles and barriers, especially in developing countries. We are convinced that the discussions coming out of this meeting would enhance cooperation in the field of renewables and would create solidarity amongst us to achieve our aspired goals. Thank you very much, Mr. President. شكرا. الجزائر الآن باراغواي.
Mr. Chairman,
السيد الرئيس.
I would like to reiterate its commitment to IRENA as an international agency that organizes financial and political matters to be able to move forward with the energy transition, which is very important to fight against climate change. And my country is very happy to be here, especially after the difficult period of the pandemic. And we also want to talk about something which is very important, is that to date, Paraguay already has a permanent vision in because of the board, that we would like to congratulate Francesco Racapora and for the excellent work that has been done. And we also want to thank the UAE for their commitment with the organization and their hospitality. We want to thank India for presiding this as well as St. Vincent and the Grenadine, among many others, for all the vice presidencies. Now, in Paraguay, all of the electricity comes from renewable agencies. Hydroelectric power. We are very proud to say that we are the greatest producers per capita and the greatest exporters of clean renewable energy in the world. A lot of excess from renewable energy. Nevertheless, our agenda sees that we will have challenges in South America and renewable energies, and we're very happy for technical start moving towards all of these renewable energies in. For example, transport is very important, and we approved recently a law for this. And we started with a pilot plan for electric mobility, thanks to the cooperation of the Republic of Korea, in order to continue to move forward and start changing our bus fleets, the fleet of buses that use gasoline at this moment. Another thing has been a sanction that regulates the fostering and production and development and usage that's coming from renewable energies that are not hydraulic and not conventional. This will come into force in the next couple of months. In the same way, my country is developing use in transportation. We understand that the abundance of hydric resources that we have help us to have electrolytic hydrogen at a large scale, which also has a lot of important opportunities for investments. Paraguay confirms once again work constructively together with IRENA and the member states to comply with the objectives and the goals that we all share as far as energy matters are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paraguay. I invite Spain to take the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. I will try to be as brief as possible, and I want to start by thanking all of the interpreters for their patience. First of all, I'd like to thank the General Director and all of the group of IRENA in this work of this long. These are moving historically quickly from a historical point of view, and the systemic change that we're seeing, which is exactly the same in Spain. Spain is installing renewable energy very quickly, as we had never seen before, with other players that permit the society as a whole to be able to see the advantages of renewable energy. Nevertheless, it's important to continue to move forward and to continue to deploy these renewables as quickly as possible, and getting into and to decarbonize sectors that are difficult to decarbonize, and also to be able to see this in the medium and long term. Things such as the design of the electric market, and we've commented this before in one of the sessions before. Spain, with regards to the European Union, has recently put before the European Union a proposal that is giving the right sign long term using renewables. And to finish, I also want to congratulate the technical work that has been done by IRENA, as well as the publications and all of the documents. They're very important for the government, but also civil society and the economy as a whole. And from Spain, we want to really take advantage of all of these documents. Lastly, I would like to invite the members and the observers and all of the whole team of IRENA to the International Conference of Renewable Energy that we will be organizing from the 20th to the 23rd of February in Spain. And we hope it will be a proper space not only to continue with the conversations that we've had here, but also to try and find public debate around renewable energies. And we will continue to work within and without our borders for these matters and moving
I invite Belarus to take the floor.
Спасибо.
До Сенегала надо, извини. Его нету.
Dear participants of the 13th session of the Arena Assembly, thanks to its beautiful and green nature, the Republic of Belarus is often called the lungs of Europe. There are about 1 hectare of forest plantations per each resident of Belarus. Forest in Belarus occupies 40% of the country's territory. However, the energy needs of the country's economy are met mainly through the use of fossil fuels, most of which are imported. Therefore, the most important direction in improving the energy security and energy independence of the country is the involvement of its own energy resources, including renewable energy sources in the fuel energy mix. In the Republic of Belarus, the main focus is on expanding the use of wood fuel. This is due to the smallest volume of capital investments and short payback periods in comparison with other types of RES. In the structure of RES, almost 97% is taken by the use of biomass, mainly wood fuel, and a little more than 3% water, wind, and solar energy. The actual power generation capacity of renewable energy installations has increased 14 times over the past 13 years and amounted to 630 megawatts at the beginning of 2023. In the Republic of Belarus, we have 13 districts, and in 10 of them, the share of own energy resources in the fuel mix is about 90%, and in 75 districts, more than 65%. And this is a very good indicator for us. By the results of the current 5-year period, we plan to introduce 500 megawatt of thermal capacities operating with the use of biomass. In addition to reducing the cost of generated thermal energy, this will contribute to development of organizations that are engaged in the harvesting and transportation of biomass, as well as to new jobs creation. About 1 million tons of equivalent fuel is saved annually in the Republic of Belarus, thanks to ongoing energy-saving measures and the introduction of renewable energy sources, which is our contribution to the prevention of global climate change and is taken into account by the Ministry of Natural Resources and when preparing the national determined contributions of the Republic. At the end of 2020, we have more than 800 superfast charging stations, and it's one of the important system of using the energy. From the Department of, on behalf of the Energy Efficiency Department, I thank IRENA for the constructive cooperation with the Republic of Belarus in 2022, for the readiness to hold a joint international seminar, and also for the seminar in December of 2022. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have 2 countries that will require interpretation, and it's already 7:50. May I appeal to the interpretation department to please allow for these 2 countries to finish their presentations. I call upon Panama to make their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for giving Panama the floor. I will ask her to speak English for respected time. Congratulations to IRENA and the host country for an exceptional General Assembly organization. Greater ambitions to speed the global drive towards a balanced, just, and inclusive way of living. Being Panama a country with 2,900 kilometers of coastline, more than 40% of the population and energy infrastructure is located in areas vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Therefore, an energy transition with a strong adaptation focus has to fit the transformation for a long-term energy security, price stability, and system flexibility, while strengthening national climate resilience. Panama recognizes itself as a team player country, searching to build a just and inclusive transition that generates national and regional development. Panama, a Central American and Latin American country, is aiming to escalate the regional role in the energy transition. We are more than a renewable energy provider. We are more than a future strong green hydrogen and sustainable energy security means more than the energy content in electricity or any type of fuel. It means we need to work in a different kind of energy geopolitics. If we are going to survive the climate crisis, a more cooperative and peaceful environment is where the climate harmony lives in. We, as global leaders, know, we as citizens of the world know that it is possible to do better with the resources our country possesses. And to do so, we require being humble enough to share with transparency where we stand and what we truly need from each other. Real energy transition has to happen on the economy development field. Energy transition must be livable in every single corner of our territory. We must continue striving to make transition broader. Energy transition goes beyond the energy sectors. It goes to households, to industries, and as policymakers is binding to foster better living conditions and well to the in our NDC, and one of the best economic reactivation tools with 12 specific goals for 2030 and 3 for 2050. These goals are focused on achieving universal access to sustainable energy, decarbonizing the transport sector, increasing energy efficiency, democratizing sustainable generation with a strong focus on clean fuel energy parity. Between 2020 and 2024, the implementation of the energy transition agenda will generate accumulated gains for the country to an increase in real GDP and improvement in public finances. Panama is co-chairing the Republic of Honduras, the Renewable in Latin America, and the Caribbean Initiative RELAC, created in coordination with the Inter-American Development Bank and the support of IRENA and the 16 country members. This initiative is on a good track to achieve its 2030 goal, which is that at least 70% of electricity consumption from renewable sources. This number shows and RELAC ambitions could be beyond the objective very soon. Transitions are part of our culture, part of our heritage. Sure, I'm just finishing. History, therefore, Panama reiterates its commitment to the general energy transition. We will continue to serve as ambassador of transitions toward a global economic recovery where energy sustainability becomes the result of a holistic process built by all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Panama. Before we invite Senegal, allow me to thank the Department of Interpretation for their commitment that they have been with us until now. And I'm advised by Secretariat that they did not have their break on time, but they still sacrificed and committed themselves to be with us. Thank you very much. I now invite Senegal, that will require interpretation, which is the last country on interpretation. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please allow me, first of all, to convey our best wishes from the Minister from Senegal and the Senegalese delegation to the esteemed Director General of IRENA, as well as to United Arab Emirates. And we also present our congratulations to the various countries which have been elected to ensure the vice presidency. Senegal is a sub-Saharan country which has made major efforts since COP21. In truth, we have added to our fleet 226 megawatts of photovoltaic power, 158 megawatts of wind power, and 120 megawatts of hydroelectricity as part of our regional electricity projects. Now, this has prompted us, or brought us to define as 31% of our capacity of our own energy for 1,600 megawatts for country power. We've got street lighting and public lighting. We've installed solar panels on buildings. Described is going to be continued, but we help to achieve economic growth and economic fairness as well. And the speeding up electrification, ensuring it's universally accessible, is a priority. We have a rate of electrification of 80% of the country, but only 55% in rural areas. Therefore, we want to have achieve sufficiency in terms of electricity generation. And with gas, we've got a gas-to-power system which will enable us initially to convert our coal center and a heavy fuel center into sites to gas. But the strategy has to be assessed in the light of the fact we have to seek out the requisite funding to attenuate Therefore, Senegal is kept to its financial commitments and its NDCs, and has adopted compelling reforms for its energy sector. However, what we're asking for is accompaniment to allow this green energy policy to grow, and drawing upon the Abu Dhabi Fund has enabled us to electrify or introduce electricity to 100 villages, and we're in talks with the European Union, therefore, how should I put it, to achieve a clean energy transition, which is fair or equitable. Nevertheless, the private sector must get involved as well, because it is the private sector which will accompany the vulnerable can attain its objectives in terms of sustainable energy. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Senegal. I invite Malta to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to thank IRENA for the sterling organization of this assembly, as well as the United Arab Emirates for hosting this event in such a pleasant atmosphere. Malta looks forward to working closely together as one world towards a very important and successful COP28 later this year. As a member of both IRENA and the European Union, Malta is committed towards climate neutrality by 2050 and is actively contributing towards this end. Entrenched in the EU's Fit for 55 and the EU Green Deal, this position is further consolidated by Malta's role as non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, provide energy systems, ramping up renewables within an ever more critical sense of global emergency, particularly in a world where major conflicts and aggressions threaten the fundamentals of the much-needed energy transition. The production of renewable energy from indigenous resources is an essential move towards energy independence and less reliance on fossil fuels. While being very convinced of this position, Malta also underlines the specific difficulties faced by small island states with whom we all need to work more closely to ensure coherence and success in the climate struggle pathway. Indeed, as a small island state, the widespread deployment of onshore solar installations in Malta is envisaged to approach saturation over the next decade. This predicament, therefore, raises the need for a continuous updating of energy policy and leveraging deep foresight in the renewable energy sector. IRENA is a point of reference in developing the strategy to explore the potential technological developments in floating offshore, set within an effective and robust regulatory framework. No one can deny that the energy transition is bringing with it a number of challenges, with the availability of raw materials, as well as the need to ensure that renewable installations fulfill the requirements of a circular economy, being two important elements. It is therefore highly commendable that IRENA is also looking in depth into these aspects, highlighting the importance of addressing such issues at an early stage in the development cycle of renewable energy technologies. Mr. President, the future generations are at stake. Malta looks forward to amplify this relationship even further and to continue to work together with IRENA towards a more sustainable energy transition and towards the much-awaited COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Malta. I now invite Portugal, and the following should be ready: India, Luxembourg, Ireland, and the Philippines. Please be ready. I give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, we would like to start by welcoming IRENA's work in accelerating the global energy transition in face of a very challenging and a multi-dimensional global crisis. The COVID pandemic, the volatility of global energy markets, and the geopolitical and economic impacts of Russia's war against Ukraine have shown that investing in renewable energies is essential for energy security and sustainable development. Consequently, we need to accelerate the clean energy transition, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and dependencies on fossil fuels while protecting consumers against price hikes and achieve market stability. Portugal has been a leader of the decarbonization process and one of the first to commit to carbon neutrality by 2050. Our National Energy and Climate Plan sets ambitious but realistic goals to 2030. Reduce in 55% greenhouse gas emissions, achieve 47% in the incorporation of renewable energies in our national energy mix, and improving in 35% the energy efficiency. Hydrogen. Portugal has recently reached an agreement, together with an investment plan of almost 9 billion euros, with France and Spain to create a green corridor for Central and Northern Europe. In 2022, more than 50% of the electricity generated in Portugal came from renewable sources, placing Portugal as one of the European countries with the highest integration of renewable energy in the electricity production. Our goal is to increase this percentage by 80% by 2026. To accomplish this clean energy transition, investment and international cooperation are essential. Global common challenges require global common answers. Portugal remains committed to actively engage with our partners and IRENA to build a secure and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Member of IRENA in 2009, and its cooperation with IRENA has continuously evolved and strengthened over the years. India recognizes and commends IRENA's role in supporting the global energy transition and promoting the large-scale adoption of renewable energy sources. India being elected as the president of this 13th Assembly bears testimony to the leadership role it has played in implementing one of the largest and fastest energy transition programs in the world and supporting other countries in their transitions. Against its 2015 NDC commitment to achieve about 40% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030, India achieved this target in November 2021, 9 years in advance. In line with its strong commitment to Paris Agreement, India has by 2030. India today has an installed renewables capacity of more than 166 gigawatts, and another 100 gigawatts is already in the pipeline. In the last 8 years or so, our solar installations have grown by over 23 times. India has developed a highly efficient, largely indigenous wind turbine manufacturing industry. The targets we have set for bioenergy were achieved years in advance. As we move into the future, we are working on scale on emerging technologies like green hydrogen and offshore wind. We are also exploring opportunities to tap into our geothermal, wave, and tidal potential. The transition is being continuously supported by strong R&D led by premier institutions of the country. India has also been playing a leadership role in fostering and strengthening international cooperation to facilitate the global transition. The International Solar Alliance, co-founded initiatives, is promoting and facilitating large-scale deployment of solar energy across the world, particularly in Africa. ISA has also been working with IRENA on supporting the global transition. India also signed a strategic partnership agreement with IRENA last year to facilitate sharing of India's experiences and expertise with other countries, among other things. As a global champion for the energy transition theme of the high-level dialogue on energy convened by the UN Secretary-General in September 2021, India spearheaded global advocacy efforts to promote the theme and champion the cause of a citizen-centric transition that is just, inclusive, and equitable and leaves no one behind. The crucial enablers for such a transition are very clear: addressing technology gaps, low-cost financing, diversified supply chains, energy efficiency, and responsible consumption. Fuels for future like hydrogen, green hydrogen, and universal energy access through decentralized renewable energy applications. Will initiate and facilitate concentrated global dialogue and requisite actions to ensure a timely global transition. In the end, I wish to thank all delegates for reposing their trust in India to preside over the 13th IRENA Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, India. I now invite Luxembourg to take the floor. It looks like they've left after they had indicated their intention to make a presentation, but we move on to Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Excellency Minister from IRENA member countries, Director General of IRENA, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank UAE and IRENA for arranging this important event. It's my honor to attend the 13th IRENA Assembly today on behalf of the Ministry of Energy of the Royal Thai government. Thailand realized the importance of pursuing resilient energy system and effective energy trilemma by balancing energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. For achieving our pragmatic energy transition, a quick action is to scale up the share of renewable energies while fostering its market to become more competitive and affordable. Therefore, the ultimate goal is to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero emission target by 2065. Thailand is now developing the National Energy Plan that we call NEP 2022 toward decarbonization part. The plan is to increase in the share of RE for new power generation to reach 50% by 2040. At the same time, we will approve energy efficiency to meet the target of 40% energy intensity reduction by 2050. So, for RE in power sector, we are installing hydro floating solar on the top of the hydroelectric reservoirs. Therefore, the grid-scale battery energy storage system for the solar and wind to upgrade our grid modernization and its infrastructure network to support the penetration of variable RE sources into the grid. Furthermore, Thailand has promoted BCG, that we call Bio-Circular Green Economy model, in order to optimize the resources used, turn waste into energies, and bring the better well-being and environment to the community. The BCG economy model has been announced during the APEC Leader Summit in Bangkok for the last December. In parallel, we are now developing the 5-year CCUS roadmap and also some project deployment for decarbonization aspect as well as the energy efficiency demand side management. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thailand. Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. The continuing change in climate change across the world is posing a threat to our environment and society as a whole. The Philippines, as a country highly vulnerable to climate and disaster risks, recognizes the importance of mitigation measures that promotes inclusive growth. Currently, our energy self-sufficiency level accounts for about 43% of the total primary energy supply, while the remaining 57% are imported fuels. In the power sector, the Philippines in 2021 has recorded total installed capacity of 26.8 gigawatts, of which 29% are from renewables. Increasing the renewable energy share in the power generation mix to 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2040 from the current level of 22%. One of the major developments in the sector is the liberalization of foreign ownership for RE investments, where foreign ownership of renewable energy projects can now be allowed up to 100% except for hydro and is conditional for geothermal. With the entry of new and emerging renewable energy technologies and resources such as offshore wind, floating solar, and marine RE development, greater participation of foreign investors will be significant. Finally, allow me to thank the Director General Francesco La Camera, the 13th Assembly Designated Bureau, and the distinguished members and international partners for continuing to pursue the climate action from the perspective of accelerated energy transition and together to reach much needed milestones. Let us continue to work together towards global energy transition that promotes not only clean and sustainable energy, but also inclusive growth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. I now give the floor to Marshall Islands, but the following should be ready: Denmark, Cyprus, Indonesia, Iran, Finland, Malaysia, Singapore, Netherlands, in that order. Marshall Islands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, I would like to congratulate Irina on the convening of the 13th session, as well as UAE for their gracious hospitality. Climate change is the single greatest security threat to the Republic of the Marshall Islands. As an dwindling water supplies and the tuna stocks our economy relies on are expected to migrate away from our waters. Until and long after we stabilize the climate, we face an unstoppable rising tide. And it's already devastating infrastructure, agriculture, and water supply around the world, but particularly in atoll nations like mine. Even though we are not the cause of our plight, we are not sitting back and waiting for others to solve our problems. We are doing all we can in the Marshalls to reduce our own emissions and through our leadership of the High Ambition Coalition to encourage others to act likewise. As one of the largest shipping registries in the world, we are also leading the push in the International Maritime Organization to move to zero-emission shipping. And it's why, as Climate Envoy, I'm here speaking to you now. At COP26 in Glasgow, we committed as an international community to phase down coal and to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. The vast majority of us are ready and willing to go further. But since Glasgow, there's been no follow-up on the implementation of those commitments, and at COP27 in Egypt, when we sought agreement to phase out all fossil fuels, we met stiff resistance. Make no mistake, that's what we need to prepare for this year. When we meet here in the UAE again in November, we must be ready to commit to a full fossil fuel phase-out, and we hope that organizations like IRENA will show the way. There are many reasons for not committing to a complete energy transition. Where there are practical barriers, we must understand them and overcome them together. But we need to start by acknowledging that this is a necessity that will save thousands upon thousands of lives and a willingness to pull together. The fact is that renewables are now easier, cheaper, more lasting energy choice to make. Our hosts, the UAE, are showing the benefits of investment in clean renewable energy. And I thank them for their support for the establishment of a 600 kilowatt grid-tied solar system in our capital city. In 2018, with the support from New Zealand, my country launched the RMI Electricity Roadmap that lays out and illustrates the pathway for us to achieve our NDCs, which is to reach net zero by 2050. We seek your partnership and collaboration in achieving the ambitious targets we've set for ourselves. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank our development partners for investing in the RMI's energy sector. We're grateful for partners such as European Union, World Bank for their support for the Sustainable Energy Project, which is currently ongoing with the procurement for 2 renewable-ready gensets and up to 4 megawatt solar to be installed in our capital, and Asian Development Bank in their assistance in the distribution network systems. These are but a few amongst others. We highlight and welcome any opportunities for support for the transitional phase of our energy roadmap plan in particular. The transitional phase is crucial as we need to improve our energy security as our current power grids are unstable and the challenges we have are unique compared to other islands. As an atoll island, land space is a major challenge as we push towards our 2050. Mortada. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall Islands. I now invite Denmark to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me begin by congratulating the Presidency and also thanking the Secretariat and Director General La Camera for their dedication to creating an efficient and well-functioning organization that delivers results of very high standards. The past few months have been a turbulent time, And allow me to, in this context, also stress the EU's consistency and commitment to decarbonization and the clean energy transition in its joint response to Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine and its impact on global energy markets. The rising energy prices and risk of energy shortages have exposed the vulnerabilities of to achieve more resilient energy systems. We must diversify our energy mix, and renewable energy is a key piece of this puzzle. Renewable energy can contribute to solving multiple challenges at once, not only abating global carbon emission, but also securing countries' energy independence and promoting sustainable development. Renewable energy can solve multiple climate adaptation challenges at household, community, and national level, linked to access to water, agricultural development, healthcare services, and many others. We strongly value IRENA's approach to addressing the nexus between all these challenges through the means of renewable energy development. IRENA has become a reputable and highly regarded source of knowledge these aspects, including the job creation potential after a transition, with an emphasis on creating the right framework for just transition. Denmark also appreciates the close cooperation with IRENA on a number of different initiatives. We are currently working closely on the Global Offshore Wind Alliance, GOVA, which goal is to accelerate the global uptake of offshore wind. The alliance was launched at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in November and already counts 12 member countries. We look forward to continuing our cooperation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Denmark. I now invite Finland to take the floor.
This important event, as well as congratulate India for the presidency. Finland aims to be carbon neutral by 2035. Even though this is a very ambitious target, the decarbonization of the energy sector is progressing very fast. The power sector is almost carbon-free, as the renewables and nuclear constitute already 90% of the total production. Year 2022 was a record year for new onshore wind capacity with 2.4 gigawatt of new capacity. Considering that the total wind power capacity is now around 5 gigawatts and the peak power demand in Finland is around 15 gigawatt, this is a very considerable amount. What is also very positive about this development is that Finland has been able to phase out the state aid schemes concerning mature technologies, and for past few years the development has been market-based. Has to come online by 2030. In heating and transport sectors there is still much to do, but there has been significant development recently. Modern bioenergy still forms a backbone of Finnish energy system with 30% share of total energy consumption. Especially interesting is a number of steps taken with sector integration. The number of waste heat projects have increased substantially in recent years, and direct electrification of many industrial processes is going forward. Finally, there are a number of hydrogen projects where the investment decisions have already been made or it is expected by the end of this year. The end products vary from industry hydrogen to e-methanol, synthetic renewable gas, as well as ammonia. With such investments, we are entering into a new and exciting era of clean energy. With that in mind, the international cooperation is more important than ever, as the energy sector is changing with increasing speed, as well as getting extremely complex there has also never been more need for timely and accurate information as well as sharing for best practices. I'd like to thank the IRENA of making sense of all this and all the other increasingly important work IRENA is doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Finland. I now invite Singapore to make your statement.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to first congratulate the IRENA for developing a comprehensive and coherent strategy for 2023 to 2027. The strategy puts IRENA in a good position to lead the acceleration of the global renewables-based energy transition to help us tackle climate change and enhance energy access and security. Our delegation is also very encouraged by IRENA's thought leadership, data, and analysis on various aspects of the energy, efforts to galvanize international collaborations, pursuance of excellence in renewables development and deployment, support for regions and countries' implementations of decarbonization efforts, and the facilitation of project pipelines and challenging of investments towards renewable energy systems in developing countries. Like IRENA, Singapore is invested in the success of the global energy transition and is committed to playing our part in combat climate change. Last year, we announced our commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and peak our emissions at around 60 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030. While Singapore accounts for only 0.1% of global emissions, we support global efforts to address the climate crisis and steward our resources for future generations. The power sector in Singapore accounts for natural gas and power generation units, accelerating solar deployment, tapping on regional power grids to bring in low-carbon electricity, and fourth, implementing other low-carbon alternatives such as hydrogen and carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies. Regional power grids will be an important lever in enhancing regional energy transitions as they help to accelerate the development of renewable energy projects in our region, bringing economic growth and increased access to renewable energy. We look forward to more opportunities to partner IRENA in our region to strengthen regional energy connectivity. Singapore also announced our national hydrogen strategy last year. The strategy outlines how hydrogen can support Singapore's decarbonization efforts and the steps we will be taking to prepare Singapore for a hydrogen future. We are also undertaking a feasibility study to assess geothermal energy potential across Singapore. The global energy transition requires us to enhance international Singapore stands ready to work with IRENA and all member countries to advance energy transitions. We have worked closely with IRENA on various regional activities, including the ASEAN-IRENA Memorandum of Understanding, and will continue to cooperate closely as we explore the possibility of establishing an IRENA regional office in Singapore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. I now invite Netherlands to take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a great pleasure for me and my colleagues from Curaçao to represent the Kingdom of the Netherlands at the 13th IRENA Assembly. We'd like to make a few comments that we feel are important for the context and results that we'd like to obtain in the context of IRENA. Firstly, we fully subscribe to what Vice President Timmermans said about the war of Russia against Ukraine, its global impact, and the EU becoming COP28 President designate. And we also like to repeat his compliments for the work of IRENA, both in the past and actually also that we also like to extend to the midterm strategy that IRENA has set up and formulated for the period 2023-2027. We truly expect this year's climate conference, COP28, in the UAE, to amplify the vision of our joint and ever more determined road to net zero energy systems that should provide secure, affordable and accessible energy for all. In the context of where we should go to, we'd like to make two observations. First, we think it's very important in our work to take into account that the heaviest burden of the climate and energy crisis is falling on the most vulnerable, especially millions of people lost the ability to pay for modern energy services. We feel that in particular support is needed for small island development states to harness renewable energies. We appreciate IRENA's SIDS Lighthouse initiative, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands will be organizing a SIDS Renewable Energy Conference in Aruba later this year. The Netherlands stands ready to support clean energy transition around the world. We have doubled our goal to provide access to modern energy by 2030. From 50 but 100 million people will benefit based on renewable energy sources. A second observation relates to the need to really have a truly robust policy framework. We think it's important for all of us to approach the energy transition with a broader and more integrated getting the politics and economics of this nexus right is key. That is why my government has established the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. And that brings me to my last point. As you are aware, the Netherlands and Tajikistan are co-hosting the UN Water Conference at the end of March in New York. And the main outcome of this conference will be a water action agenda. We feel that the important work that IRENA is doing has a logical, organic place in this water action agenda, and we would really like to invite everyone, also outside this room, to participate at this conference at the highest level, and also truly think from this broader perspective, this nexus approach, how can we make that work? I'd like to, Mr. President, I'd like to compliment you with your endurance for presiding this meeting. And I would also like to thank everyone from the IRENA Secretariat and everyone who is involved in presiding over this important meeting. A big thank you on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin with sharing Korea's energy transition experiences, I would like to briefly introduce our new government's climate and energy policy directions. The central tenet of my government's climate policy is to find the practical means of implementation to put words to action. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and our 2030 NDC of 40% emissions reduction from the 2018 level, the government has launched the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, a control tower to oversee these policies on the basis of the Basic Law on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. On October 26th last year, the Commission announced a strategy containing 3 policy stances of responsible implementation, orderly transition, and innovation-driven carbon neutrality and green growth. Including an advanced renewable energy vision by the official announcement on new government energy policy directions made on July 5th last year. Under the vision of realization of a solid energy system through climate actions, enhancement of energy security, and creation of new energy industries, my government will devise a feasible and reasonable energy mix to achieve energy security and net zero goal by balancing nuclear power and renewables. Despite the space constraints and other challenging geographical features, Korea has continuously expanded the proportion of renewables and in total power generation thanks to various renewable expansion policies. Korea is also building robust foundations to encourage participation for Renewable 100, for example, through the establishment of Korean Renewable 100. SK, LG, Hyundai Motors are participating in Renewable 100. In addition, my new government is supporting net zero capacity building for developing countries, and it is actively engaged in climate change discussions to contribute to just and inclusive clean energy transition. To this end, I am pleased to note that my government has committed to enlarging its overall ODA budget and that our financial contributions to partners such as ARENA, GCF, and GGGI will continue despite the fiscal tightening this year. Going forward, we will continue to establish more partnerships with various developing countries for global renewable-based energy transition and net zero capacity building. We look forward to opportunities with IRENA member states through collaborative frameworks and climate investment.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Our two last statements will come from the United Kingdom and Power for All, which is an observer organization. I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Vice President. The UK is pleased to be here, and I'm honoured to represent the UK. First, I wanted to start by condemning Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and Russia's weaponization of energy. Even though we only get 4% of our gas from Russia, we still feel the impact of high energy costs. This shows that actually net zero and energy security are not mutually exclusive. They work together. Had we transitioned at a more rapid pace, we would not be in this situation. Carbon sources. We also want to thank our hosts and future COP28 and future COP presidents. COP28 will be an incredibly monumental COP. At COP28, we will review our target for to meet the target for $100 billion. The UK plans to spend £11.6 billion towards this to help mitigation and adaptation finance. We hope to continue to offer our support to the COP presidency and IRENA, including through the Breakthrough Agenda, which we hope will continue this year and next year. With this, I also want to thank the Secretariat for all of their support, and I also want to thank the members for engaging so well in the session today, and we look forward to continuing the Assembly tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And the last statement from Power for All.
Hello. Good evening, participants of the IRENA Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the government for their hospitality. It is a great honor to have the floor. I am Arshna from Power for All, a global campaign for over 300 private sector partners around the world working together to end energy poverty faster by accelerating the adoption of distributed renewable energy. We work with the decentralized energy companies in sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and India to end the unequal distribution of energy resources and biases in the global power system. Today, the Assembly focused on market adoption and deployment. A lot has been mentioned about the need for finance and getting the private sector involved. What we as a global energy sector have not mentioned is how we can make it easy for the private sector companies to do this work and deploy the technology on the ground. Today, about a quarter of IRENA's member countries have less than 50% of their populations electrified. This lack of energy equity is the result of an unfair distribution of energy resources, institutional bias, and outdated approaches to electrification. We need distributed renewable energy to challenge the status quo as it provides a faster, more affordable, and reliable alternative to traditional electrification. Decentralized renewable companies are outpacing traditional energy utilities by reaching new households and customers with modern energy services in just a few months. At the end of the day, it is a just, inclusive, and sustainable energy transition is about economic development and providing the opportunities and benefits that come along with clean energy. And the thing that is going to make a difference is the creation of jobs. Power for All's research has established that the decentralized renewable energy is a jobs engine for emerging economies, especially for women and youth. According to the estimates detailed in the Powering Jobs Census of 2022, there are over 500,000 direct DRE jobs globally, with 374,000 direct DRE jobs across the African continent and 80,000 in India. With the rise in population of youth and youth unemployment numbers, the DRE sector represents a path forward to provide rural and peri-urban youth with meaningful, stable employment and a career path. These findings show congruency with IRENA's work in the field of energy jobs and the gender perspective. We are looking forward to implementing joint actions with IRENA in jobs and energy access. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Power for All. The Assembly takes note of all the statements made, including references made to the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 2022 to 2023, and agenda item number 6, which is the draft medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027. This concludes our consideration of agenda this evening. The Assembly will resume at 10:00 hours tomorrow morning in plenary, starting with agenda item number 8, which is the Ministerial Dialogue on Regional Energy Transition Outlooks, Southeast Asia Energy Transitions. This will be followed by the Ministerial Dialogue on Critical Materials for the Renewables-Centered Energy Transition, how to jointly harness opportunities. With these remarks, the meeting is now adjourned, and I thank you.